House will please come to order. Find a seat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a few more bills on introduction, but not very many. And then we're going to go into second and third reading. It doesn't look like there's any amendments. If any amendments show up on those second and third reading of bills, those bills will be rolled. And then we might do a short cow, depending on how long that takes, before we get into committee of the whole on the budget. Representative Storer, do you have a privilege of the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to introduce a great young man from Teton County named Taylor Phillips. Taylor is the founder and CEO of EcoTour Adventures, a firm that provides more than 20 career-type jobs in the tourism industry year-round. As a volunteer in his spare time, he started something called the Wildlife for Tomorrow project within the Wildlife Fund that encourages businesses in the tourism and recreation sector to chip in for wildlife conservation projects. 2 years, 90 businesses, more than $350,000 raised, and he's just getting started. He's also finally a member of the class of 2024 of Leadership Wyoming, here with many of his colleagues. Please give him a warm welcome.
Yeah. Welcome to the House, Leadership Wyoming. Representative Western for a privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor. Thank you. So we're going to do two birds with one stone here. We've got a couple of really good groups up in the gallery. One of them is the Leadership Sheridan class. So if we can have them stand, please. And the other one is our camo in the Capitol from hunters across Wyoming. They've come down here to interact with us and learn about the legislative process. Let's give them a big hand.
All right, welcome to the House. So the next bill for our consideration is going to be House Bill 197, Chairman Harshman. Reading clerk.
House Bill 197, sponsored by Representative Harshman.
First reading of the bill.
Sales Tax Administration revisions.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 197 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, just recall early on in this process, I think it was Tuesday or Monday, a committee bill from Revenue. It had a tax in it on streaming. I said we'd take that tax out. You as a floor thought otherwise. The bill died, so I went in and requested this is a simple sales tax revision to make sure it's clear we're not going to tax lemonade stands, free admission to events, those kind of things. And then also the biggest part is to clean up all these out-of-state licenses that are not required. We have 28,000 out-of-state sales tax licenses that we don't need, and we can clean all those up through this bill. So there are no taxes, there is no fiscal note, and this is simply a cleanup bill from the Revenue Committee. Apologize that it had a streaming tax in it. I don't know how it got in there, frankly, how it made it through. But this one is clean and refiled, so I'd stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody in opposition? Chief Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill 197.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos, excuse me? Angelos, excused. Banks? Bear?
Excused.
Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Plouston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Warnock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stitt. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwaniter Dan. Zwaniter Dave. Speaker Summers. Bear.
Excused.
Any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 1 no, 2 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 197 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 3, Revenue. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 151.
House Bill 151, sponsored by Representative Crago.
First reading of the bill.
Firearms Merchant Category Code, Prohibition.
Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 151 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. House Bill 151 is a bill crafted to protect our Second Amendment rights as well as our privacy rights. As many of you know, our Second Amendment rights are under attack all across our nation. One such attack is an effort by certain elements of the financial industry to track purchases made at firearm retailers. This information could then be used against a consumer at a later date. The purpose of this bill is to prevent the tracking and use of such information. Of course, the question is, how exactly do we do that? This bill is commonly known as an MCC bill or a merchant category code. Simply put, it prevents entities in the financial industry from assigning a category code that identifies a business exclusively as a firearms retailer. Importantly, the code assigned does not apply to the actual items purchased, rather the place where it is purchased. Thus, any sale at a firearms retailer would have to be coded as if the firearms retailer was a sporting goods store or some other innocuous identifier, just not a simple firearms retailer. This would consequently protect the privacy of Wyoming firearm purchasers. At the very beginning of the bill, it also prohibits the collection and retention of records related to firearms ownership and provides penalties for failing to abide by the potential law. I will note that it does have a cure period in there, which is something I think a lot of our local banks would like. So in case there is a mistake made, they have a quick chance to fix that. And if they don't, then there's a very large penalty included within the bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd stand for questions.
Anybody in opposition? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So obviously we've got two horses in this race, and we're definitely getting a lot of flack coming down the line. Can you speak to some of the conversation around the fact that there are some loopholes that could be exploited or potentially used that would kind of undermine what this bill is meant to do, and how it's overcomplicated compared to maybe some more simple options of lumping together all transactions where it almost hides it or masks it instead of turning around and creating the structure that you're currently using in this bill? Could you speak to that?
We still have time. Representative Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a previous representative mentioned, there's another bill coming up that does a similar thing, but I believe that if we're going to preserve gun rights of law-abiding individuals and draft legislation within the state to be the strongest firearm state in this nation, that we need to do so with a bill that doesn't have loopholes. This bill is full of all kinds of weasel words like good faith, et cetera.
So that's
There's-
that's not proper terminology on the floor. Weasel words, we don't do that.
Mr. Speaker, one of my biggest concerns in this bill is that it limits the bill to residents of Wyoming instead of any person who engages in a payment credit card transaction facilitated by a Wyoming financial institution.
Anybody else? 30-second rebuttal, Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So despite all the discussion of loopholes, I only heard potentially one, which isn't really a loophole because that's talking about a different part of the statute and pertains to whose records we can't retain, which is Wyoming residents. It's crafted in a certain way so we don't get in trouble with the Interstate Commerce Clause. We're trying to regulate what happens in Wyoming. We can't regulate what happens all over the rest of the country. Otherwise, it will be unconstitutional. So that's why it's crafted the way it is. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill 151.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos, excused. Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Craigo? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 37 aye, 24 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 151 has failed introduction. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 109.
House Bill 109, sponsored by Representative Slagle.
First reading of the bill.
Wind tax exemption, repeal.
Representative Slagle.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I move HB 109 and ask for your favorable consideration. Basically, this bill, I'm not one that usually votes for taxes, but this bill is a parity tax. We've got wind companies coming into our state and putting up windmills and competing with our fossil fuel energy systems. This is a tax that allows us, instead of giving our wind companies a break for the first 3 years of their deal, they will be taxed. It also sunset or grandfathers in anybody that's already producing energy. They won't be taxed on that. It's just for the new ones starting up. I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Anybody in opposition? If not, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill 109.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos, excused. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Klauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Harrelson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrop. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stiff. Storr. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Zwanitzer Dan. Aye. To no. Further changes? Harshman. Aye. To no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 36 aye, 25 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 109 has failed introduction. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill, just a second, we got a privilege. Majority Floor Leader Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could get your attention and please have you recognize some very influential and important people. That bunch of people standing in the west end of the gallery are the folks that keep the lights on. These are the people from the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. They are the members and the directors and leadership, and I'll give you a rundown on who's there. Bighorn REA out of Basin, Bridger Valley REA out of Mountain View, Carbon Power and Light out of Saratoga, Garland Light and Power out of Powell. We have High West Energy out of Pine Bluffs, High Plains Power out of Riverton, Lower Valley Energy out of Afton, Niobrara Electric Association out of Lusk, Wyoming, Powder River Energy out of Sundance, my area, Wheatland REA out of Wheatland, Wyo Rural Electric Company out of Lingle, and Basin Electric and GT, Deseret G&T, Tri-State G&T, and Members First G&T. And they also would like to invite all of you to their gathering tonight at 6:30 at the Cheyenne Frontier Days Event Center, and be able to let these folks know how much we appreciate the fact that we can see you in this place right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rural Electric, for keeping the lights on and the heat up. We appreciate your work. Thank you. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 114.
House Bill 114, sponsored by Representative Henderson.
First reading of the bill.
Wyoming Teacher Shortage Loan Repayment Program.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 114, ask for your favorable consideration. The need for this bill is based on the shortage of teachers that we have across the state, and I'm trying to help the good work that education committees and stakeholders have been doing over the past few years relative to meeting not just the shortage, but other things related to education, like the apprentice program. This program was in effect, good legislature back by 2006, between 2006 and 2016. Hundreds of people were given the opportunity to go get their education and become credentialed. These were targeted need areas, special education, language, math, STEM, that kind of thing. So what I was talking to some teachers and I got the idea, well, why don't we have a conversation about opening that up? You know, I talked about the apprenticeship program. You know, we've had a lot of money going into studying the situation now currently. There's a 250-page report that shows that the severe shortage of teachers, particularly those at the 3 to 5 year career point, is in the rural areas. And so this is optional, it's not mandatory. What it does is it provides an opportunity to get some funding, and then it's paid back. The opportunity is to pay it back 1 year of funding for the, loan. If you work for each part of the loan, but you work those years and then +2 and it's paid off. If you decide you want to go on and do something else in life, that's fine. You can do that. You just pay it back like a normal loan. Now, we do have an expenditure up front of $2 million. Why is that? The experience shown over the last program that was successful was that there were years when $830,000 were used. There's a piece of it that goes to administering the loan program. And I've upped that up because you know what? We have these good programs, but we need to make sure we let people know what they are and what they're about and how to apply, how to understand.
Time. Anybody like to speak in opposition to the bill? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love teachers. Most of my family are teachers. They do a tremendous job. I also love carpenters. I love electricians. There are many people out there in many professions, and I would prefer that we not single one out for special treatment.
Representative Henderson for your 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a very good comment, and it's very well said. I would just mention that there are millions of dollars that are put out and about the state to help folks who are in careers, skilled trade skills, Wyoming Tomorrow program, Wyoming Works. We're doing a lot of things in Wyoming to help everyone. We're not limiting this. So I just ask for your favorable consideration on and for. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill 114.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos, excused. Banks? Fair? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Rodriguez Williams? I'm sorry. No. Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washit? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers.
Aye.
Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 39 aye, 22 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 114 has failed introduction. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 131.
House Bill 131, sponsored by Representative Crago.
First reading of the bill.
Settlement agreements for minors, parental authorization.
Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 131 and ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 131 is a constituent bill brought to me in an effort to fix an out-of-date statute. Under current law, if you have a child and he or she is injured in a car accident, or if they're entitled to recovery for some other sort of damages, the court has to be involved in any settlement of those damages if it's over $3,000. As you can imagine, most settlements these days involved amounts much more than $3,000, and so they have to be taken to the court for approval. Unfortunately, our courts are overworked. Oftentimes, their docket is full, and the process can be complicated. So it's not uncommon for many parents nowadays to simply forego the settlement monies for their children simply due to the fact that they have to go to the courthouse, have the court get involved, file an action. And so all this bill does is raise that limit. It puts in some parameters on what guarantees you have to make, but if you're going to take the money, what you have to use it for, et cetera. Gives more rights to the parents with less involvement in the court, and it simply just raises that $3,000 up to $25,000. Stand for any questions.
Representative Jennings in the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, more of a question. So how would this affect, say there were a small claims court where a minor was somehow involved, how would it affect that?
Anybody else? Representative Crago on your 30-second rebuttal.
So I'm not it would depend on the circumstance, I believe, to answer the former question, whether, because you could be a defendant in the small claims, you could be a plaintiff in the small claims, so it'd really depend on where you are, which side of the V you are on when it comes to the small claims.
All right, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill 131.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos, excused. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Plouston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman.
Excused.
Heiner. Henderson.
Western, go find Harshman.
Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermueller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stiff. Storr. Strzok. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers.
Aye.
Harshman. Excused to aye. Are there any changes? Bear, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 5 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 131 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. Next bill for our consideration is House Joint Resolution 3.
House Joint Resolution 3, sponsored by Representative Larson, JT.
Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Speaker.
sorry, I got too big a hurry. First reading of the bill.
Support for local input in federal rulemaking.
Now, Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move House Joint Resolution 3, and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is support for local input in federal rulemaking, as the title describes. This last year, we were notified of a Bureau of Land Management Rock Springs Resource Management Plan, as well as other federal rules that have been proposed that are harmful to Wyoming's traditional economy. And this is just a stance for us to stand up against it and tell the federal government that we're not okay with these actions that they're taking.
Anybody else for the opposition? Nope. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on House Joint Resolution 3.
Andrew? Angelos, excused. Banks? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Plouston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Jennings, aye to no. Rodriguez Williams, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 51 aye, 10 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Joint Resolution 3 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 9, Minerals. The next and last bill on introduction for today is House Bill 145.
House Bill 145, sponsored by Representative Western.
First reading of the bill.
Open banking amendments.
Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill number 145 and ask for your favorable vote on introduction. Folks, we passed this bill out last year. What you see here before you is just an update on some of that stuff. I know we can't use proper names, but the federal agency that oversees consumer financial protection and those kinds of stuff, they updated some definitions, so this is mirroring that and mapping that to them. And then I think probably the most important part of the bill, and really important broadly, is the bottom of page 2, which says the participating bank shall limit the accessible customer data to that which is necessary for the customer to receive a product or service. Some of these data vendors and these APIs, they'll say, hey, we not only want the information we need to perform the service, we want all your customer data. This is simply saying you only get the data you need to perform the service that you can contractually agree to perform for the bank. So it definitely protects customer data in that sense, which is a big topic. So if there are any questions, I will be more than happy to answer them.
Looks like, Chief Clerk, you can please call the roll on House Bill 145.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos, excused. Banks. Bear. Berger. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Burkhart.
Excused.
Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Klauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Hirschman. Heiner. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermueller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storr. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers.
Aye.
Are there any changes? Henderson. Aye to no. Knapp. Aye to no. Burkhart. Excused to aye. Allemand. Allemand, are you changing? Allemand, aye to no. Further changes? Wiley? Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 5 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 145 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 9, Minerals. We are at that order of business of bills on second reading. The first bill for our consideration is House Bill 10.
House Bill 10, sponsored by Agriculture, grace period state land lease renewals.
House Bill 10 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 11.
House Bill 11, sponsored by Agriculture, state land lease amendments.
House Bill 11 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 15.
House Bill 15, sponsored by Labor, health insurance, reimbursement of overpayments.
House Bill 15 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 16.
House Bill 16, sponsored by Travel. Sutton State Archaeological Site, legal description.
House Bill 16 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 26.
House Bill 26, sponsored by Judiciary. Emergency Protective Services, effective period.
House Bill 26 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 27.
House Bill 27, sponsored by Judiciary. DFS and law enforcement cross-reporting.
House Bill 27 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 32.
House Bill 32, sponsored by Minerals. Geological sequestration, unitization amendments.
House Bill 32 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we are now at that order of business of third bills and final passage and the consent list.
Mr. Speaker, I move the consent list consisting of the following bills: House Bill 8, House Bill 9, and House Bill 70.
Would anyone like to remove any of those bills from the consent list? Chief Clerk, please call the roll on the consent.
Alaman. Allred. Andrew. Angelos, excused. Banks. Bear.
Oh, there it is.
Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clauston. Conrad. Prego. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez-Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strzok. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Swanitzer Dan. Swanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers.
Aye.
Are there any changes to the consent list? As for House Bill 8, are there any changes? Chestick, aye. To no. Provenza, aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 2 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 9, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 70, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Wanitzer Dan? Aye to no. Jennings, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 2 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bills 8, 9, and 70 have passed the House. So those are the first bills to make the long journey. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, let's do a couple in Cal if we can.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Welcome, Chairman Wiley.
Please come to order. Committee of the whole, please come to order. The first bill on our consideration is House Bill 001. Please have it read. First bill is House Bill 14. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 14, sponsored by Labor, prior authorization regulations, an act relating to the insurance code. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 14, prior authorization regulations, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Clouston, Hornock, O'Hearn, Penn, Trujillo, Ward, Yin, Zwanitzer. Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee of the whole rise to report it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 14 do pass. I would further move the standing committee amendment at this time. And the way we're going to go about this is it is a complicated bill that's, hundreds of millions of dollars. The good representative from District 33 is going to present it in a broad issue sense, and then I'll come back and do any of the actual legislation and answer any questions on the amendment of the bill draft.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, body, this bill comes to you, of course, from the Labor and Health Committee. As you heard, this came with unanimous approval. It represents a great deal of work in the interim, not just by the committee, but even greater numbers of hours by the interested stakeholders. They've met many, many times, lots of texts, lots of things back and forth, and there's been a lot of give and take. So for any of you who have had the privilege of navigating the medical, I don't know what to say. Anyway, it's, you recognize that there are some issues that we face. Wyoming is the only state that doesn't have something on the books to help us with kind of regulating the prior authorizations that come through insurance companies, maybe personally or family members, grandparents or something like that. You've recognized that sometimes you can't get the medications that you need or have the procedures that you need when you need them because of this obstacle course sometimes of trying to navigate what insurance will cover and different things like that. A survey done of physicians said that 94% of physicians say that these prior authorizations delay care. And it's critical that we fix this situation as well as we can for Wyoming. This is a wonderful start, and so I hope that you can find it favorable. This bill intends to protect the patient-provider relationship from intrusion by third-party payers. Again, it's a intricate bill, but we'll kind of give you the high view of it. It deals with time constraints, limits non-urgent prior authorizations. That there needs to be a response in 5 days, which is quite a improvement from where things have been. It can be weeks and even months, sometimes people waiting to get authorization for procedures or for medications and things like that. And so 5 days is pretty wonderful. At this time, urgent prior authorizations are 24 hours, and there will be a change on that in the amendment when we discuss that. Each prior authorization shall be valid for a year, regardless of dose changes. And so what happens sometimes if somebody's on a medication and we determine, okay, we're maybe needing to up your dose or something like that, sometimes that would then require another prior authorization. And so just kind of, a cog in the wheel sometimes of providing health to people. And so it does address that. Continuity of care is addressed as well, that if an individual's insurance coverage changes, say they're on a complex medication or something that they are having good results with, and their insurance coverage changes. So I don't know about you all, but where I work, we're it's a fairly small business. And so because of the cost of healthcare, pretty much every year they're reevaluating where can we go to provide our employees with the cheapest coverage. And so almost every year, it seems like the carrier will change. And so what that means for people who are on long-term medications is you sometimes then have to start over back at square one with the medication that's the cheapest, whether or not you've passed or failed or whatnot. And so what this says that for at least 90 days after you've had a change of coverage, that the new insurer, if that's something that they would even cover, would cover it, they have a chance to review. And so preserving that continuity. Also, if they change their criteria, if you're on a medication, things are going well, the insurer changes the criteria of what they would approve. If you're already on that at that time, then your coverage shall continue for at least a year. And then another real big component of this is the gold carding. What this says is providers who are doing this all the time, procedures, orthopedic procedures and things like that, they're submitting these prior authorizations again and again and again and going through the same procedure over and over. And so this says that as long as they have to do this procedure or this medication 5 times, but after that, if they get approved 4 out of 5 times or 80%, then they get gold carded for that specific medication or that specific procedure so that they don't have to keep going through that process. So that saves staff members, that saves medical assistants a long time on the phone, that saves our patients long waits. And so that's a pretty wonderful thing. And I think we've covered a overview, and I'll turn it back to the chairman to discuss the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Penn. Just a quick second, for the folks up in the gallery, I know our cohorts down the hall usually have this problem, but we're having a hard time hearing, so if you could kind of keep the noise level down, that would be great. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't see anybody jumping up to the mic, and I know what the hour is and know what we have ahead of us. So if you do have any questions on step therapy or gold carding or any of the information in this bill, I'm certainly happy to talk to you one-on-one. I'm sure the good representative also is. But let me at least move the standing committee amendment. Briefly, it does put the new definition of step therapy in the bill. It broadens language to capture all healthcare providers, talks about urgent and non-urgent timelines of when you have to have prior authorizations with your insurance company, when you don't in an emergency. And then there's some language on gold carding and exemptions, which is the process. If you have a physician who's doing everything right or any healthcare provider, you don't have to go through the onerous process. If you keep doing a really good job, they let you kind of off the hook on the amount of restrictions. The only other big change in the standing committee amendment, the required technology to do what we're asking Wyoming insurers to do, and we do have 2 major ones domiciled in our state, It's just going to take till 2016, so it's pushing implementation of that gold carding system back for a year. I'm happy to answer any questions on the standing committee amendment. Otherwise, would call for its favorable adoption at this time.
Question being called on the standing committee amendment. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, no. All those opposed, no. Perfect. You've heard the motion on standing committee amendment. Are you ready for question?
The amendment is adopted, we're back.
And Mr. Chairman, if there is,
The amendment's adopted, we're back on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further questions, just know that we've taken over 15 hours of testimony throughout the interim, hours, hundreds of hours of work between 8 different entities, almost daily for the past 2 months have gone into crafting this language. We're really proud of the work we did here, and I think it's going to be great for the healthcare economy of Wyoming to stabilize it. So I'd appreciate your support. Come talk to me with any questions. Call for the question.
Question being called. All those in favor? All those in favor, Chairman Zwanish's motion, say aye. Committee of the whole rise to report. Do so with the recommendation that House Bill 14 do pass. Say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 14 is passed committee of the whole.
Mr. Chairman. Could I get a quick privilege of the floor, Mr. Chairman?
Privilege.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the legislature, I'm not sure how many of you have seen the news in the last 20 minutes, but there does appear to have been a shooting here about 10 blocks away with multiple gunshot victims over at one of our restaurants here in Cheyenne on Pershing. So while they're taking people to our emergency rooms, just say a prayer and keep them in your hearts. It sounds like there are at least 3 shooting victims at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The next bill for consideration, House Bill 20. Reading clerk, will you please read the bill?
House Bill 20, sponsored by Education, School Finance Regional Cost Adjustment Study, an act relating to school finance. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4 Education, to whom is referred House Bill 20, School Finance Regional Cost Adjustment Study. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Brown, Houston, Lawley, Northrup, Obermueller, Provenza. Representative Northrup, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill number 20 do pass, and here with the explanation is a good representative from House District 49.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Berger.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, this is a bill that we heard over the interim in education. It's a bill to have the Department of Workforce Services to do a study on how we can better collect data for the RCAs, or regional cost adjustments, and then report that back to LSO so we can take a look at it and use that information in the recalibration process for the, I believe, the 25-26 year. I'll stand for.
You've heard the motion with question being called. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those in favor of Chairman Northrup's motion, committee of the whole rise to report, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 20 do pass. Say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 20 is passed committee of the whole. Well, Harshman's got I think we have a privilege. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Privilege of the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the privilege. It's not often we get folks down from Casper in Trona County. You know, the license plate designation was the 1936 assessed evaluation. They used to change them every year. And then, of course, it was the Salt Creek oil field. Before there was a Campbell County and a Teton County Salt Creek oil field. And this chamber was built during that time, 1917, was the largest oil field in the world. But it's such a pleasure to have people from county number one, Natrona County, and our number one on your license plates and number one in our hearts. Now these are Leadership Casper, and as we all know, our most important product in this state is our young people and our young professionals. So please welcome to the Wyoming House, Leadership Casper.
Welcome to the People's House. Next bill for consideration will be House Bill 21.
Reading. House Bill 21, sponsored by School Facilities, Charter School Leasing, an act relating to K through 12 school facilities. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4 Education, to whom is referred House Bill 21, Charter School Leasing, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Brown, Houston, Lawley, Northrup, Obermueller, Provenza. Representative Northrup, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Northrup?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to do so, it rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill number 21 do pass, and here with the explanation of the bill is Chairman of School Facilities.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll make this as quick as possible here, again, knowing that we're all still suffering from the itis from lunch and just kind of dragging. We know that we've got the budget coming up. So I have here House Bill 21, and if you'll remember last year, we came through the process of, we went through the process, of cutting what we called the double funding for charter schools, which was they were being given twice the amount of money for their student enrollment going through the process every year. But in so doing that, making that constitutional, we pulled that back and we said, we're only going to give you the one-time deal. But one thing that we forgot to do was to go back into the charter schools laws and actually take a look and recognize that we had a piece of information that was in there that said that these charter schools had to be operational for 3 years before we would start funding them. So that's all this bill technically does. Now, what you're going to notice is there's a standing committee amendment. And Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'll go ahead and move that standing committee amendment. And what this amendment does is the bill that you see as the introduced version had some language in there from the beginning of the interim work that we had a couple of school districts and a couple of charter schools not getting along very well. As we worked through that process, what we found out was the extra language that we had in there was kind of superfluous, and we didn't really necessarily need that language in there. What we really need is the repealer, which you will find at the bottom of what is now, with this particular amendment, going to be section 1, and that is 21.3.110A10A3. And that is just removing that language from the statute that says that these charter schools have to be operational for 3 years before they will actually receive their funding from the state. So with the adoption of this amendment, it takes it back to the original bill that the select committee heard, and then with the adoption of this bill, it just puts us back into constitutional standing with our charter schools. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I don't see anybody rushing. I'll ask for the question.
On the amendment, you've heard the motion and standing committee amendment. Are you ready for question? Question being called. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Back on the bill. Question being called on the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
All those in favor of Chairman Northrup's motion of when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with a recommendation. House Bill 21 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 21 is passed committee of the whole. Next bill for consideration, House Bill 34. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 34, sponsored by Minerals. Solid Waste Municipal Cease and Transfer Funding, an act relating to the prioritization of municipal solid waste facilities. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 34, Solid Waste Municipal Cease and Transfer Funding, respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Burkhart, Conrad, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Tarver, Western. Representative Burkhart, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Burkhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rise to report, it do so with a recommendation that House Bill 34 do pass, and there are no standing committee amendments, and I turn explanation of the bill over to the good representative from District 17.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just give you a brief background on this bill. I'm sure you've heard about it already, and it's a reoccurring annual bill, but before 2013, the federal government mandated that the closure of all landfills experiencing groundwater contamination issues. However, many local governments in Wyoming lack the financial means to comply with this requirement. So we established this account. Every year we have to update it in order to take projects off the list that have been completed. Just a note, last year we did disperse $22,696.50 for carcass management for a project. So that funding is being used, and it helps our small communities that need help with landfill season transfer closures.
Is there any other discussion on the bill? Representative Larson.
Thank you, folks. And I think we heard yesterday and again today on the importance of this and how it's kind of coming down to the end of the appropriated money. You're going to see in the budget another request for $10 million, a governor's letter that will take us to the end. So as we tie this, as we talk about this, this is an important annual conversation we have, but to help particularly for the loan and the grants to finish, particularly the smaller communities out on the cease and transfer program, you're going to see an additional request coming in to move that over the finish line long term.
Are there any other comments? Question being called. All those in favor of House Bill 34 say aye. Of Chairman Burkhart's motion to adopt House Bill, when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a motion. House Bill 34 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 34 do pass. Has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 40. Will the reading clerk please read the bill?
House Bill 40, sponsored by corporations, School District Trustee Oath of Office, an act relating to school district trustees. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 40, School District Trustee Oath of Office, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Brown, Clauston, Lawley, Northrup, Obermuller, Provenza. Representative Northrup, Chairman.
What is your pleasure, Chairman Northrup?
I move that when a committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with its recommendation that House Bill number 40 do pass, and here with the explanation is the good chairman of corporations.
Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're doing a fine job up there, by the way. Just keep it up. All right, this bill is really pretty simple. It came to us because there's a discrepancy between two titles, 21 and title 22, as to when a school district trustee takes the oath of office. This simply cleans it up under Title 21. right on there, page 1, it makes it very clear that it's on or before the first day of December, no matter what. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With question being called, all those in favor of Chairman Northrup's motion? Yeah, that one, the committee of the whole rise to report it, do so with the recommendation that bill number 40 do pass. All those in all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 40 is passed committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 71. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 71, sponsored by Appropriations, Broadband Development, Sub-Account Amendments, and Act relating to Economic Development. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 71, Broadband Development, Sub-Account Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Zwanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee of whole rise and report, there it is, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 71 do pass, and I'll turn the explanation of the bill over to the good representative where the water's green and the land is sweet.
Speaker Pro Tem Clark. Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Members, we discussed this a couple of days ago. As you remember, there's no new money in this bill. What this bill does is allow us to use $10 million that was in the economic diversification account from 8 or 9 years ago. It has not been used, and by using it this way, we can leverage federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act money, IIJA money, to turn this $10 million into at least $40 million of broadband projects. So with that, I encourage an aye vote.
Representative. Representative Hornart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions about this bill. It seems like we have, and I'm curious, you might know more about this, so, question for you, but it seems like over the last couple of years, we have been spending loads of money on this infrastructure through broadband development all over the state. Here in this town, I was halfway across the state recently and there was a boring machine. So it's all over the state. Are we there yet? And when are we going to get there? And how much money are we going to spend to get there? It seems like with the amount of money that we have spent in broadband development, we could have done some marvelous things. Hung new power lines all over the state. I don't know what, but we have spent a lot of money. I know that we're leveraging federal government money as well, but that money is ours as well. That money comes out of my pocket. And so when are we going to get there? And do we know that this is enough? Do we know that spending this amount of money on these projects will complete the projects? Or next year, are we going to hear we have to appropriate more money for this? When is it going to be enough? Thanks.
Representative Summer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Well, when would it be enough is when we actually have coverage across the state. You live in a big city, maybe everything's just fine. You get out in the country, it's a whole nother story. This federal bill that's up now is over $300 million going to the state of Wyoming. It requires a 25% match. This is just a little piece of the puzzle of the match. The rest will all be by providers. And hopefully, this portion of it, which has been sitting in a pot of money that hasn't been used for 10 years, hopefully this will be used for really high needs areas. And that can be done through the business council. So when is it enough? I saw a recent graph that showed even after the bill money, after the BEAD money was put on the ground in different states, and Wyoming was still going to be dead last for the amount of fiber to the prem, basically the amount of fiber that's going to be moved around the state. So even if we get this done, we're going to still be the worst, and we're the worst right now. So let's try to make it a little better. Let's utilize this money. On and for the bill.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to follow up on the speaker's comments, I think it's really important for the body to remember that this allows us to use this money to make our match to get the IIJA funds, which I think there's available about $304 million. This doesn't get us all the way there, but it'll certainly qualify for a large component of it. You come up into the center part of the state, and particularly as you try and get, the problem you have is, of course, is it's like everything else, whether it be healthcare or driving in the state, there's a lot of distance in between. And up in the part of the world where I live, getting broadband out into on the reservation and making that accessible to people, there are a lot of unserved and underserved areas. I think that we just continue to close the gap. And I think it's like any other IT, it's going to continue to change and grow. But this allows us, again, to get, to provide the match to get, we're like a 10% or 25% of the total of the federal funds that we can receive to get this infrastructure into place. Would encourage an aye in support for this.
Representative Stivar, or Representative Stith, would you like to speak?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. One thing I'd like to clarify is that under the IIJA, unserved areas are the priority. So the money is supposed to first be used for unserved areas. So the big cities will not be getting this money. This will be going to small places, Big Piney, Meeteetse, places that may not have broadband access right now. Under the IIJA, it has to go to unserved area first, and then only secondly to so-called underserved areas. So just to clarify that, I think this is a urgent aye vote. I think this is a no-brainer, especially for all of our small communities out there that we want to support.
Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this bill. I know what's done, and right now, there's a fiber project going across this state that's got another 432 count fiber they're installing right now. This needs to go back to the businesses that deal with this. We shouldn't be interfering with it, so on and against.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you. So we live in a very rural state with very few population, which I am grateful for, and that's one of the reasons I love living here. And we'd like to get fiber to everyone. And we've got it to the large major areas, and we're trying to get it to the smaller communities of, few thousand. Eventually, we want to get it to the communities with a few hundred, but we still need to be able to get fiber to everyone else. And I don't understand how we're going to get it to those ranchers that don't live in town, those individuals that, like myself, that don't live in town. What can we do to get broadband or some kind of interconnectivity to those individuals? Is there a possibility, once we get fiber to these communities, we can look at the low orbital satellite or do something else that will reach out to these stranded individuals that have kind of fallen by the wayside? We need to be, hopefully we're considering that in this as we try to get internet, reliable, strong internet to everyone within Wyoming and not just those that live in town. Thank you.
Representative Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind the body that federal money usually comes with strings, usually, almost always. Also, the private sector should be able to handle this. Thank you.
Speaker Summers?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So one, on that last note, the return on investment in rural Wyoming does not allow providers to put that out there. And let's talk about low Earth orbit satellites. That's how I get my internet right now. Well, let's just assume that guy goes broke, right? It's one guy, one outfit. The guy goes broke. Nobody in rural America anywhere then has internet. Nobody. Because if you're going to rely on that, what fiber allows you to do is get closer to places where you can use microwave, download it off a tower onto fiber, and you're able to have higher speed internet off of a microwave. And I know that for a fact. So people can, if you got any questions, come ask me. I know quite a bit about this.
Representative Harrelson? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess a question that I have, and obviously I came a little late into the fiber conversation, but I know we've got some newer faces here as well to this conversation. What, do we have an idea of like percentage of the state covered and how much money we've put in? Like, do we have that conversation metrics where like how many million have we spent and what percentage of the state is now considered to be serviced? Do we have an idea where we're at? Representative Yin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm curious, as we have this conversation today, what was the conversation like when rural electrification happened or telephone lines were strewn across the state? Did we say, I don't know if we have enough money to let the ranchers actually be connected to the world, or I don't know if they really need electricity up there? It's really a struggle to say, I don't think ranches and small communities should be connected. So I would urge you to continue on this path where we do get broadband out to everybody, because we are part of that world, and the only way that we can really serve to our fullest extent is if we make sure all of Wyoming is connected. So please vote aye on the bill.
Representative Hornock?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have been hearing for years through the CARES Act, through ARPA dollars and things, that all those broadband monies are for underserved and, unserved areas. And when all those monies were first released several years ago, the first unserved and underserved community where these guys came in to establish high-speed internet was right here in this town. And what happens, and what has happened in some areas, is that you have multiple providers coming in, running lines parallel with each other because they're both getting the subsidized money from this. So this is great. It's good to have connectivity throughout the state of Wyoming. But at some point, we've got to cut them off. And that's all I'm trying to do here.
Representative Stiff? Thank you.
I would encourage
Oh,
a no
sorry.
vote.
I thought you were done. Go ahead, Hornock. Representative Stiff?
Mr. Chairman, so really the issue here isn't whether we spend money on broadband or not. There's already the $10 million that was set aside years ago for broadband. The issue is whether we get $10 million of value or $40 million of value. So, and I think that's a no-brainer. The Business Council, by the way, to answer the other question, is developing, if they have not already developed, a map across the state that shows the penetration in areas that are unserved and areas that are underserved. I do not have that at hand right now, but that is available from the Wyoming Business Council. And as far as how much money we've spent, I do not have that present information right now, but I do know that what we've been spending has been from the ARPA funds, because there was Section 604 of ARPA that allocated $109 million in Section 604 of ARPA that could be used mostly for broadband, We were able to use it for a multi-purpose facility up in Jackson as well as for some other things. It's my understanding that about roughly $90 million of ARPA money was available. Again, not state funds, but federal ARPA funds were available already for broadband. Thank you.
Representative Slagle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The one thing I would like to remind this body is our good representative from over where the mountains are high said we had this issue with phone and electricity. But at that point in time, we formed co-ops and we all had an individual part in it. I don't see us involving everybody, individuals, and getting us all to form a co-op here locally. I'm on and against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Zwanich.
I just wanted to clarify that the broadband funds are in 3 different buckets. And this particular bucket that we're looking here is only for unserved communities. In other words, if there's any technology already there, they cannot use this money. So it has to be to any place that has no funding already put in it, no technology already there. So important thing, once again, 1-to-4 match. Thank you.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Nicholas's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report it, do so with the recommendation that bill number 71 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Bill 71 do pass. House Bill 71. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into committee of the whole to consider the budget bill, House Bill number 1. Oh, you got it. Oh, that's what I was asking you. Oh, yeah. So we need to rise and report. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move the committee of the whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion carries.
Oh, we'll get the hang of it. The reading clerk will read the committee of the whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 14, do pass amended. House Bill 20, do pass. House Bill 21, do pass amended. House Bill 34, do pass. House Bill 40, do pass. House Bill 71, do pass. Representative Wiley, Chairman.
I move the adoption.
Chairman Wiley. Chairman Wiley, go ahead.
I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Representative Wiley. So we'll get this figured out by the time the session's over. So that was my fault. So first, I've got to go introduction of the House budget bill. And so House Bill number 1, reading clerk, I believe you have to read that in.
House Bill 1, sponsored by Appropriations. General Government Appropriations.
First reading of the bill.
General Government Appropriations, an act to make appropriations.
Pursuant to Joint Rule 14-1-2, House Bill number 1 is referred to the Committee of the Whole. Now, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into committee of the whole to consider only the budget bill, House Bill number 1.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Chairman's Wanitzer Dan.
Lovely. Committee of the Whole will come to order. The first and only bill for our consideration this afternoon at 3:30 is House Bill 1. Reading clerk will read the bill again.
House Bill 1, sponsored by Appropriations, General Government Appropriations. An act to make appropriations for the fiscal biennium commencing July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2026.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everyone hear me okay? So,
please move the bill, Chairman Nicholas.
I would move House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So, ladies and gentlemen, normally I give about an hour and a half introduction to this bill, but I don't think I'm going to do that today. We're going to go pretty quick, but I want to give you a general outline of what this bill does and what we did so that you just kind of have a picture of what is in front of you. So we're in day 3 now of this special session. This committee just spent over a month in January, February, and in December putting this little package, 166-page document in front of you. And so they just did a lot of darn work. We had over 250 amendments pass. We had another 100 plus fail, plus all those had amendments to the amendments. Just lots of things going on. If you want to read any of the documents we received from the agencies, we received over 220, 230 different reports and documents from the agencies for questions that we ask and things that they have to produce to us. Those are all on the legislative website, so you can kind of get a general understanding of the process that we went through. So a little bit about this budget. We've heard lots of numbers being bounced around about what our general fund budget is, what the overall budget is. So, and this will help flesh that out. But basically, our budget bill just for general fund in this session is $3.66 billion. That's for our general fund budget. And so you hear those larger numbers. They have different things that are included in them, and we'll talk a little bit about those as we talk about it. But mostly, we're going to go through our general fund budget, what's in front of us through this budgetary system. The budget that we put together is roughly $40 million less than what was recommended us by the chief executive of the state of Wyoming. So we came in cheaper, less expensive, I should say. We put $310 million into permanent savings on the general fund side. Some of that into the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, $190 million into the Permanent Mineral Trust Reserve account. You remember, we're trying to get those to 5X and then eventually to 7X. That's laws that we passed in the last several years in order to increase our return on all of our reserve accounts, which brings in roughly 100 to 150 extra $1 million a year if we can do that. So different places where we put our savings at. If we look a little bit about the school side, we saved $200 million in the reserve account, and we set aside another $200 million in a new kind of a large capital construction account. And we do that because there's a minimum of 3 high schools that probably have to be built in the next 3 to 8 years, and those all cost to tune about $200 million apiece. And so you'll have a chance to discuss that and debate that on the floor. This budget bill there are 7,149 full-time employees. That's not considering AWACS, that's full-time employees. We add in this budget roughly 50 new employees to the state of Wyoming. That's the equivalent to about $8 million. And so we'll go through all of those, what they are, but there's about 12 in DFS, in Department of Workforce Services, about 14, ETS. ETS asked us for 37 new employees, and we gave them 9. They had a $800 million budget. We gave them roughly $2 million to do what they needed to do. The Supreme Court asked for 19 new positions. We gave them 6 in the budget that you'll see as we present here. It's interesting to note that the number of state employees today, with this additional 50 employees, is about 441 fewer than the state had in 2015, 2016. So we still have less employees, so we're doing more with less. The total budget, depending on how you look at it, and there's different ways that you count, is about $10.3 billion. 2.7 on the school foundation side, 2 billion, that's 2.7 billion. 2 billion on the federal funds. There's 200 million that comes out of ARPA. Special revenues is 663 million. Enterprise dollars, that's like the largest is 275 million for when we buy alcohol and then resell it. That's 417 million. Highways, 169 million. Water development, another 3 million. You total all those up, you get to roughly $10.3 billion. And so that's what the process is. 2 years ago, 23-24, it was $9.8 billion. So there's a difference of roughly $300 million there. Just the pay raises alone that we've given over the past 2 years is $162 million. And so it's pretty easy to start figuring out where the money went and where the additional dollars are over that base budget that we had from 2 years ago. So running a little bit quicker now, I think one of the interesting components that we have in front of us is that our current budget is 9.11% lower than the traditional funds budget of 23-24. That's equivalent to about $300 million. So even though we had increases for state employees and other items, the base budget is actually lower by $300 million when it was before. So what do we do in this budget, and what's coming at you? So there was a request from the chief executive for business-ready community grants of $30 million. We dropped that down by $8 million to $24 million. We do major nursing home rebasing. That costs roughly $16.5 million. The gas injection phase 2 initiative, which this group approved 2.5 years ago. We added $12.5 million to that. That's based upon what the original approximation for that whole project was. This is the porous media component to it. And what that does is it basically retains 4 different oil and gas companies around the state to go in and do drilling and do the injections with the assistance of this new porous media component in order to increase our oil and gas production. If you look at the entire budget, we add almost $500 million for oil and gas and coal development, and research, and those type of things in this budget. So if one of the primary things this budget does is try to help our oil and gas and coal industry. So I can go down the list, but I'm just going to start moving on from that. We have the chief executive's letters. Once we got the letters, there's roughly about $1 billion in the chief executive's letters. Of that, half of it is savings, so $500 million in the chief executive's letters. We approved some of those, we denied some of them, and we gave different portions to them, and we'll walk through those as we hit in each of those in the agencies that are there. I already talked a little bit about the matching funds. So for the energy, by the way, the $500 million in energy dollars that we appropriate is all matched. So it'll be over $1 billion of revenue that goes to enhance our energy industry. We have major maintenance. It's $160 million on the general fund side, $176 million on the school side. That's on a natural trajectory curve once again. but we still have a lower budget than we did last year. The governor asked, or the chief executive asked for one more tranche, if you will, of state employee compensation. He wanted, the request was for 37 million, which would then multiply biennially into $74 million. We basically limited that to $18.3 million that will be over a biennium. And so it's basically we said we'll fund one year, we'll see what it looks like, see where inflation is at and cost of living expenses, and then we can revisit it. But a cut of almost $56 million from that request. So Department of Health is one of the fastest growing budgets that we have. This budget is $2.44 billion. It's rather remarkable. The cost that goes into that, it's one of the fastest growing areas that we're in. We're also, but what we're doing to a large degree is we're still funding the phase 2, step 2 cuts that we made through the COVID area process and when we had less funds. And Representative Larson will walk us through that in detail. So you'll have a chance to have your opinions on that. School education is $1.9 billion for the biennium. The prior biennium, it was 1.82, so it's gone up by roughly $800,000. And then, obviously part of that is going to be the ECA. Part of that is funding teachers commensurate on pay raises, and we'll run through that. But I've got about 4 more pages, but in a nutshell, I think that's enough, and we'll get started and move to Agency 1.
First section for explanation is Agency 001, Office of the Governor. Chairman Nicholas.
Well, yeah, I'll talk about it. Okay, so everyone should have their summary sheet that was delivered. All right. So the summary sheet is 66 pages, and that's the fine print. You got to use these specs if you're my age or if it's not very bright. So the summary sheet is different than the bill. Bill looks like this. And so for most folks, unless there's a complicated issue, the summary sheet is the easiest way to follow us. And so we'll be working from the summary sheet as we present, and then ask questions on the various topics that we go through. And if you look at the summary sheet, for example, if you just look at page 1 on the governor's office, about a third of them are IT or ETS dollars and expenditures, or for software programs. So we're not going to delve into the fine print of those things. Typically, it's not, unless you have a particular concern about a high-priced cost of a program, but that's just the way we run through it. And also, if you look at your summary sheet, you see the ones that are bolded in black. Those are the major significant changes or additions that we added that are substantially different from what's happened in the past. And so those will be highlighted through the presenters. So that's it in a nutshell. So let me walk you through this, starting on page 1 of your summary sheet, which is page 5 of your budget. And if you look at your summary sheet, there are 24 footnotes on that, or notes actually, summary notes. They're not footnotes or summary notes. The footnotes are in the bill itself. So these are the summary notes. And if you look at the first one, that's $174,000 general fund. And the purpose of this is 1 full-time equivalent FTE, so that's adding a new position. And this is for a receptionist in the chief executive's office. I don't know if you've been down there much, but half the time there is no receptionist sitting there, and it's been filled by temps for the past 2 years. And so every time you go down there, you got to introduce yourself to somebody new. So this adds a full-time representative to be in that position. Now, I'm not going to go through every note, but I'm just going to hit the first couple so you can kind of see what we're referring to. The next is a new position. It's a full-time equivalent, and it's administrative assistant for the chief of staff. So most of you are pretty familiar with the chief of staff. He used to be the president of the Senate and was in the legislature for 15 or 16 years. And if you have much business here with the state of Wyoming and with the chief executive's office, it doesn't take too long in the past 3 or 4 months to realize that he was working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it was just doing more things than previous chiefs of staffs have done. And so they're asking for another position for that. So then the IT ones that we're talking about, number 3 on that list, that's just an IT $16,000 upgrade. I'm not going to spend much time on that unless you have questions. The next, number 4, that's highlighted. That's a customer relations management software just to improve the operations of the office. 5 and 6 are further IT expenses, $18,000. Number 7 on your note is an improvement or an update to the chief executive's website. Number 8 is $1,700 for his art collection. You'll see that typically those come from the high schools and different events across the state. If you go down into the extension hall, you'll see the remnants of that. Then let's go down to the Commission of the States. That's $106,000. We cut that back when we had had to balance the budget. But it's actually a fairly active entity. It's appointed. It has 7 folks appointed from the state of Wyoming, including the chief executive, a member or 2 members of this House, 2 members of the Senate down the hall. And they do extensive research and assistance in the education process, and also assisting our Department of Education as well as our Superintendent of Public Instruction. Number 10 is simply a request for additional dollars for mileage for the blockchain folks. Number 11 is, this is a wild horse management one-time expense that will be expended on the reservation. We required a 1-to-1 match with these dollars in order for those to be expended. That was an addition by your Appropriations Committee. All right, now I'm going to continue down. I'm going to skip going down to 14. This is a $20 million request. So this is the Public Welfare Emergency Funds. It's controlled by Wyoming Statute 9-2-1102, which keeps this fund funded every biennium. So there's no reason to have the request. So we denied the governor's request on this because it's already taken care of. We denied his request for $5 million for the Emergency Medical Services EMS capacity development. We did that particularly because the enterprise of putting together all of the EMTs and emergency folks around the state of Wyoming, they just did almost the same process last year. And so we thought a request was redundant, and we can address that further if there are questions about it. Now we switch over because the Office of Homeland Security is within the governor's office. So the next is our couple Homeland Security requests. They want a full-time equivalent, a new position for the Critical Infrastructure and Protection Program. So that's just a person who's going to specialize and focus on the safety of our infrastructure. Then there's a GovRec of carrying forward disaster relief funds. Basically, that's got about $1 million in it and change. And so that's a fairly simple thing that we continue to have fund that every biennium, and we backfill whatever's been spent is the practice. Then number 21 is a reclassification of a cybersecurity folks in Homeland Security. Number 22 is a local security cyber grant program administered through Homeland Security. Then we go back to the governor's office. That's FERNERPA. A lot of you are familiar with FERNERPA. part of the Rock Springs litigation that just occurred was used with FERNERPA dollars. But we backfilled that to the $1 million, which is the normal amount, and then we added another $1 million just to further have funds available for any other county or governmental entity that wants to or needs assistance, legal assistance in going after the government and the government's largesse. And then we also expanded that so that it could be used if we have to have any litigation involving the federal tribes. Finally, in footnote 24, the governor asked for $30 million in the Wyoming Innovative Partnership Program. Your appropriations cut that in half to $15 million, and we allowed him to spend all of that 15 upon receipt of the dollars, as opposed to originally the $30 million was broken out, 15 one year, 15 the other. So we just said you can have 15 for the whole biennium. So that's the governor's budget. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to take questions before I move on to the Secretary of State's budget.
So, ladies and gentlemen, while you're thinking of your questions after that 22-minute thorough explanation, we were joined in the gallery by many of our county commissioners from around Wyoming. So instead of you all getting to the mic and introducing your personal county commissioners, who you'll probably be having dinner with tonight, please find your local elected officials, thank them for all they do, and let's give them a round of applause. And let me see if anybody has discussion on section number 1. You do, Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question on the Wyoming Innovative Partnership. 2 years ago in our biennium, there was appropriated over $27 million, I think, or $27 million. That was for phase 2 of the WIP program. Earlier than that, I think we funded, and I forget what that amount is, $10 or $15 million for the phase 1 part of the Wyoming Innovative Partnership Program. Now we're spending again in this biennium another $15 million for that program. What has this program accomplished? What benefits has it brought to the state that have the payback on that pretty significant amount of money? And what's the benefit of keeping this program moving forward when I understand that there's been just recently contracts signed to spend that phase 2 funding? And so we don't even have the results of that phase 2 funding contract yet. And now we're moving into phase 3 already. So just curious about some of that.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, so great question. The achievements of the WIP, Wyoming Innovation Partnership Program, include the Power Line Technology Program at Western Wyoming Community College, which trains people takes people who have essentially a high school diploma, trains them so they're making really good money in high-paying, high-value added jobs. So that's one example. Up in Sheridan, they've expanded the information technology and computer programs with the WIP program. But folks, the bigger picture is this. What works in society to promote economic development? What really works? Building a bridge, building a road, you need roads and bridges. But what really works over the long run is STEM education and promoting innovation. Those are the things that actually work worldwide, and it's a legitimate role of the government if there's a market failure. So for example, with STEM education, you're giving people skills and that a private employer wouldn't necessarily have a good return on investment to spend a ton of money to train someone So what the WIP program does, it's an investment in the future. This is one of, long-term, this is one of the best uses of taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Other discussion, Chairman Nicholas?
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, there's a phase 1, phase 2, and a phase 3 of the WIP program. And when we created it, we said we need metrics to measure this, to know what to do with it, and if it's performing its function. So if you go into our materials, you'll see the report on what they did with phase 1. Phase 1 was primarily gearing up and getting it going through UW, the community colleges, and getting it off the ground, and getting initial grants out. Phase 2 is then primarily creating the funding. But after phase 3, it will end, which is probably another 2 years. And then but at the same time, they'll report back, we'll have demonstrative metrics of the benefits of the dollars. If it is successful, then it's anticipated the legislature might refund it. If not, we won't. So it's pretty simple.
Other discussion on section 1? Seeing no further discussion on section 1, we'll close section 1, Office of the Governor, and open section 2, Secretary of State. Chairman Nicholas.
Okay, we'll move a little bit faster now because a lot of these agencies are fairly small. I would move or bring to you the section 2 of the Secretary of State's office. That's on page 2 of your summary sheet, page 8 of their budget book. So if you look at the page 2, go to the first note. It adds, no funds shall be expended for out-of-state litigation without specific legislative authority. Footnote number 2 adds $90,000 for constitutional amendments, because this is where that's money's housed. We have one constitutional amendment so far. If another one comes through this body, we'll have to add to that. Number 3 is IT. Number 4, we denied the request for $3.1 million general fund for Wild Sweet's application. With the testimony that was presented to us, it had not gone out to bid. It was kind of a sole source. When we asked them how they developed the price, they didn't really have the answers to it. So they said they would come back with a revision of that if and when they have that information. Number 5, it was a request for $75,000 for security investor protection awareness education. They currently spend roughly $750,000 within that genre, and so we denied that request. And we granted the $30,000 for the request on promotions of the bucking horse. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about the Secretary of State's office.
Representative Ward. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I have a question on number 1. It's kind of a different, I thought it was a little different, saying that no funds shall be expended for out-of-state litigation without specific legislative authorization. Just kind of wondering if you could kind of explain what that looked like and kind of why it looks more like a bill than a line.
And I may stack up the questions for you, Chairman Nicholas, if there are other questions. Representative Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you. That was primarily my question. I just stood by in case there was a follow-up. Thank you.
Representative Ward.
Yes, that is, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my question also, and a lot of this seems like legislating from the budget. It seems like Secretary of State, whenever that entity asks for funds, we either deny it and then we tell him he can't use the funds for. Again, it seems like legislating from the budget.
With that, Chairman Nicholas.
So thank you. I'm not sure what the question was there, but with regards to the footnote number 1, if you go look at the actual footnote that's in the bill, you can see that obviously if the state, or if he's named as a party, he can represent his position in and out of state litigation or something that is directly related to the Secretary of State's office. But our primary concern is that he stay within the constitutional confines of what he's directed to do and what his statutory duties are, which would not normally be filing out-of-state litigation.
Further questions on section 2, Representative Pendergraft?
Thank you. I had a follow-up, and I don't know what has happened in this house this afternoon, but for some reason, I'm having a terrible time hearing. I don't know if anybody else is, but I really didn't hear your answer. It seems to me that as the chief person responsible for elections, and elections occur all over the United States, that it may well be necessary for our Secretary of State to be involved in some sort of litigation outside the state. I still am trying to understand exactly what precipitated this line, if I could.
Representative Trujillo.
Thank you. I just have a general question on the denial of his IT upgrade. It was, if I'm not mistaken, the testimony from that office that it was upgrading from a old system that is still within the system. So let's say I'm in Windows 9 and I want to upgrade to Windows 13.
No proper names, please.
Oh, okay, my mistake. If I was on level 1 of this IT piece that I had and I wanted to upgrade to a level 13 of the upgrade, I'm not understanding why they need that. And have we asked all the other agencies that have asked for their IT upgrade to provide bids on all their requests?
Representative Locke, unless, Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another question on line number 4. I was under the impression, and I may have this wrong, but I wanted some clarification on that line. Were there some additional people, FTEs included in that were part of that? I would just like maybe a little bit better detailed outline for that bullet number 4, that 3 million. I was under the impression that we might have a need for some people. I thought it was in there, but I just wasn't sure. I'm sorry for clarification.
Representative Walters, take that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer these questions, the last 2 questions regarding the IT system upgrade, as to did we ask every agency these kind of questions? Yes, we asked every single agency on their IT requests what they were, down to the finite number. We wanted to know within every agency, when it said a TRP or any kind of an IT request, how many laptops are you buying? How many printers? How many monitors? And we asked all of those sorts of questions, and we got those sorts of answers. When we asked the question of the good chief agency number 2 on this $3.1 million, what will this system do? It was a very unclear answer to us. We never could quite determine if this was an upgrade from level 1 to level 13, as the good representative asked, or was this a completely new system that was being brought in to implement what was going on? And if it was a new system, had it been put out to bid? And we could never get straight answers on that. And so we were confused through the entire process of, is this an upgrade to the existing? Is this a new system being brought in? Is this being bid? Is this being sole sourced? And because we couldn't get those answers, second to that question, then there was the claim for the need was for processing needs. And really the increase in the amount of revenue that this agency is bringing in is due to the increase in fees that took place. The number of businesses filing really has not moved up that large. It's up, and that's great for Wyoming, but it's not moved up significantly. So when we combined all those things, we were still a little uneasy. And then to the question that was just asked, were there employees in this request? There were not employees. This was just simply for the upgrade to the system, change of the system, whatever they were trying to request that we couldn't quite determine. But the employees were not requested as part of this 3.1 million. So hopefully I've answered those questions, and glad to keep answering if there's more.
Vice Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to state that I was having difficulty hearing Chairman Nicholas as well in the corner of the building. But my question is in regard to footnote number 1, just piggybacking on some of the other questions that were asked already, I'd just like to have a little bit of historical context on whether or not this has been done before for this section in our budget and previous budgets. And then second, is in this budget, is there any similar footnote for any of the other top 5 in the executive branch? Thank you.
Representative Walters, if you know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason for this, and it really goes back to, you need to read the full budget footnote, not just the summary note. And so what it states is that the Secretary of State is still allowed to defend the state of Wyoming when Wyoming is a named party or the Secretary is a named party in any out-of-state litigation. That's totally fine. What it does prevent is the Secretary of State, and I can say that because we're talking about that agency right now, so I do believe that's acceptable, is going out and initiating litigation outside of the state or participating in litigation outside of the state that is unrelated to the needs that the state has. And that's really what was concerning to the committee, and that's why we put that in there. And yes, this has been done before. It's not part of any of the other top 5s, but I can tell you, our good person that manages our money, we've put footnotes in the past to restrict some of the things that individual can do. When we the legislature start to see our top 5 elected pushing the constitutional bounds of what they're needing to do for the state of Wyoming, we the legislature push back on those items. And that's what this is we the legislature saying, remember, this is about the state of Wyoming. Stay within your lane, and remember, it's for the state of Wyoming, here in our borders. So that's what's going on there, and appreciate that, members.
And let's remember, we're speaking of the office, not the individuals who hold those offices currently. Let's go to Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm curious on this particular item, the number 1. Was there any discussion about that? Because it seems to me like it's not, like maybe there was a reason that you put this through, but it seems to me like this is preemptive. Was there an action that had been initiated that you were responding to that you felt like was a constitutional issue? And secondly, because I have looked at the others, and none of the other top electeds are hit with this same footnote, was there any conversation about the possibility that maybe that's going to bring about some legal action back to the legislature, some blowback that we might, we've seen this in the past, that the legislature has overstepped and then the courts got involved. Was there any discussion about that sort of thing?
Vice Chairman Larson.
Can you guys hear me? Thank you. So I would just share with you when the Affordable Care Act was adopted in Congress back in 12 or 13, as it was adopted, the only thing that was required for a state to expand what we refer to as Medicaid expansion was for the governor to enter into an agreement with the Center for Medicaid Services. We as a legislature come in that session and similarly said without legislative approval, the chief executive cannot enter into a conversation, and then we codified that. And that still exists. So this is not, we've done this before, and in each year, over the years, we've seen attempts in the budget bill or other bills to go ahead and expand relations with the federal government like on Medicaid expansion, and we've intervened and said that they can't do that without legislative approval. And so this is, you don't see it in other top officials in this budget, but in previous budgets, you have seen it on top officials, maybe not on others, but it certainly has been done before while I've been in the legislature.
Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would agree that it has been done before, but that's to a specific legal action that the governor could have federally been authorized to do, and so this body stepped in to prevent. So what were we trying to prevent with this footnote?
Body, this may be a good time to remind you that budget amendments for second reading are due by 5 o'clock tomorrow. And so if you do have any changes you'd like for us to debate thoroughly on Monday, please get those in by 5 o'clock tomorrow night. Further discussion on section 2. Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that, as was reminded to us, that we're talking about the office and not the person. And so once again, it seems to me like we have a little bit of a concern as to if there is something that's happened recently to the office that would inspire us to need this at this time, or is this something that would be better to wait and bring as a actual bill rather than putting this as a budget footnote?
Representative Jennings.
Mr. Chairman, I'd repeat the question. I guess maybe mics weren't working from here up to the front. What was the specific thing that we're attempting to prevent in litigation that prompted this being put in place?
Further discussion on section 2. Chairman Nicholas.
I apologize if I don't have the mic high enough or I'm not speaking loud enough. I know that particularly when you're standing at that mic over there, it's hard to hear anything going on. So I think number one, our attempt is number one to ensure that whoever is in that office complies with the Constitution, and number two, if any person in that office wants to assert anything on behalf of the state of Wyoming in litigation, as if that person or entity represents the state of Wyoming, it has to be the right person to do that. And this particular office is not that entity. Look at its statutory authority, look at the Constitution, and that's our position. That was one of the derivatives of this particular footnote.
Further discussion on section 2. Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that we want to limit it and we want the right person doing that, but this limitation is not as a footnote for any of the other electeds who might not be the same person that ought to be litigating. And so I'm just trying to get at why we would choose to send that message to one department but not the others.
Thank you for the
Chairman
question.
Nicholas.
Simply based upon the conduct of the current representative that is in this position.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question about office number 01 then. Office number 01 did wade into some national things and gave support for a state that begins with T. So I was wondering how that applies to this particular issue at hand.
Chairman Nicholas, if that's relevant, go ahead.
Certainly be happy to answer that. I mean, our chief executive has a constitutional and a statutory responsibility to represent the state of Wyoming and to assert what he believes our interests are. It's a different cat, basically.
Vice Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification. We can or cannot say names.
We should not be using names or proper names and talking about, you can use the chief executive, and you should say you can say the Secretary of State because we're on section 002, but you should not be using any proper names. Just for clarification, go ahead.
All right, so my question is this footnote, speaking footnote 1, deliberately repudiating the Secretary of State's office to keep the #1 preferred presidential candidate off the ballot?
Chairman Nicholas, if you'd like to respond, you're welcome to.
So the answer is, this is preventing him from doing what he does not have the authority to do.
Vice Chairman Larson.
But in response to, directly to that question, unequivocally, no. It was the person that we perhaps see in the media that is leading the presidential race did not come up in the conversation, was not contemplated in the footnote.
Thank you. Further discussion on section 2. Vice Chairman Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Vice Chair, in answer to that question, I guess an amendment probably is coming forward, but when it comes to representing the state and its citizens, I know that we ran legislation together that would intervene in lawsuits of early closures, let's say for coal, and those are in other states, but would essentially affect Wyoming's revenue from those early closures. Would it not make sense too that something that happens in another state that would affect Wyoming voters or disenfranchised voters in Wyoming would also be appropriate?
Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you. Yes.
Is there further discussion on this section? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to get a feel for this organization, this department, if we exclude the department that deals with revenue and income for the state, how much income actually comes through this department for the state of Wyoming? I understand it's very huge, but do we have an idea how big that number is and how much it's grown over the past 5 years?
And while we look that number up for you, Representative Trujillo.
Thank you. I'm still having, I'm trying to get through this IT portion and the denial on agency 2. I would recommend that everybody go watch the meeting where this agency testified on what his needs were, just to clarify that this IT upgrade has nothing to do with the voting. It has to do with e-filing and how much work that goes through this office with the minimal employees that he has. I think it'd be very, very beneficial. As far as putting IT stuff out to bid, we're upgrading the whole entire state of Wyoming's IT process. Do we know, because that's a big purchase, if we put that out to bid?
And again, it's the needs of the office, not of the individual. Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I caught all of that question, but I might refer back to my recollection of the meeting where we had the conversation with this agency on this request. And my recollection is that the current provider of the software had been bought out, and there was a need to change. And so you have a new vendor that is now taking over the system. The question was asked to the individual from within the agency. It wasn't the director of the agency. That we asked then, as we do on most of these, because this body always asks us, was it bid out? Or was this something that was sole sourced? And with the concern that comes that maybe we're not getting the best deal. And so we asked that question, so what, and I'm familiar because I asked the question, was this, how many other bids were there on this change and this upgrade? We were told that there were none. So then we followed up the question and we asked if that was a sole source, and if it was, who authorized the sole sourcing and why it was not bid. We were then told by the chief executive of that they had received a bid proposal, but then they were going to go back and look at other opportunities from other vendors to compare prices. And so we were trying to understand, because it appeared that we had a price here that had already been negotiated with a single individual, and then we're being told that they were going to go and get additional prices from other entities. So is it going to be bid, or is it going to be sole sourced? And the question was asked very directly about that, and the chief elected official says that they were told us then that they were going to go back and review and see if they couldn't come up with another process, because his time in the legislature, he was very hawkish about making sure that we had bids and we're getting the right price. And that was a huge component of why that that system upgrade was denied. There was uncertainty. Is it sole sourced? Was it bid? Do they need it? And we indicated to him, and I think that there is an opportunity to come back. I don't know if that request was made. I wasn't privy to that, but that's and I would invite you to go back and look at the conversation on the video and correct me where I'm wrong, but in essence, that's my recollection of that.
Representative Walters, further recollection?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To further answer the question that was asked, yes, there is a TRP, Technology Replacement Program, that we'll see throughout the entire agency. It's handled by Agency 77. And yes, that agency went out and sought bids from any vendor that was interested and said, we, the state of Wyoming, will be buying X number of laptops, monitors, printers, keyboards, et cetera. Who wants to bid and find out what the lowest price is? That vendor was chosen. Then those numbers were plugged into every agency, and we'll get into this in more detail possibly in Agency 77. Those numbers were plugged into every agency to determine what their TRP request would be. And so yes, the entire technology program that is being replaced, as the question was asked, was put out to bid.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good speaker just said that the office holder of number 02 in the budget was hawkish in the legislature. Is this in retaliation?
If there's any further discussion, but again, Vice Chairman Larson.
I appreciate some of the emotion that's coming here, and I appreciate, and the question is fine and it's fair. Those were his words, not mine, and it's not retaliation. It was when we were trying to find out if the system had been bid out, or if it, and we had those conversations throughout on bid process throughout the budget hearings. And the question was it how many other RFPs did we receive? We were told that none, that they had entered into agreement with that new company that had bought out the previous company to do this change in the system. So was it bid out, or was it sole sourced? We trying to find that answer. In response to that is when the chief elected official indicated that while he was in the legislature, that this was very important to him to make sure that that when we were doing this type of activity, that they were bid out. We didn't fish for that. That was him providing that information to us.
Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I have, in my understanding, was this was all started under the previous person that held that position. Is that a true statement?
Vice Chairman Larson, if you know.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask the good representative from here in town to repeat the question? I don't think I followed it.
Perhaps which system or which budget footnote we're referencing that may have been continued from the previous administration. But the question
Mr.
is,
Chairman,
yep.
IT, the footnote number 4, the previous holder of that office, 002, had started this process before the present one was in there. Number 3. He'd started this process, my understanding was this process was in effect when he left and the new one came in, and the present office holder was just carrying through with that. That is my understanding. Is that correct, or am I?
They never suggested that.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that would be news to us. We don't have any idea what previously was happening in the prior administration.
I believe the system was started over a decade ago. Any further questions or discussion on section 2? Seeing none, we'll close section 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Move on to section 3, state auditor. Go
Section
ahead,
3,
Chairman
state
Nicholas.
auditor. I would bring to you section 3, the state auditors. It's pretty simple. There are only 2 notes down below. Otherwise, it's the standard budget. They're adding $175,000 restoring funds of 2 vacated positions, which is in footnote 1 in her. And then number 2, the Gov's rec of, this is funding the retirees' health insurance contribution, and that's $2.27 million. If there are no questions, I'll move on to State Treasurer's Office.
Let me officially close section 3 if there is no discussion. Section 3 is closed. Got to follow the script. We're now opening section 4, State Treasurer. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. I would present to you section number 4, the State Treasurer's Office. This is page 3 of your summary sheet and page 10 of your budget. If you look at footnote number 1, this is an increase in maximum base salary levels for investment staff. And this applies to the investment division. And so, as you may recall, we kind of monitor the performance compensation of their investment folks. And so they need to work through us in order to get pay raises over and above the statutory amounts or budgetary amounts that we set for those positions. IT is number 2. Number 3 is a request for reimbursements for veterans' property tax exemptions. And so those are funds that the county has to bear if we don't refund those dollars. Number 4 is adding footnote number 2 on an annual report. We're requesting that we get a direct and indirect total cost of investments of all the external investment managers, so we can know what we are actually spending with the investment dollars. Then if you go to number 5, that's an IT request. Number 6, this really isn't a request. It's basically a figure of the money they're not spending on managers that they have spent in the past. Then number 7 is an IT request. Number 8 is a request of a full-time new FTE in the unclaimed property division. There was testimony that they were backlogged, and the desire is to get out as much of the unclaimed properties as possible and to find and to locate whoever it belonged to. So they requested one more position to do that. Number 8, excuse me, that was number 8. Number 7 was an IT. Number 9 is a hardware replacement. Number 10, same thing. Number 11 is a full-time equivalent for a new investment analyst. You may recall that there's roughly $28 billion under investment in one form or another within that agency, and yet they do not have backup investment analysts for their various fund modules, and so it's critical for them to have the expertise and some back office assistance for that position. The other 2, the remaining 3 are IT, so I'd be happy to answer any questions about the State Treasurer's Office.
Questions on section 4, Representative Sherwin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to give a little, I don't know what to call it, like a nice visual when you're looking at your, I know we're not supposed to use props, but when you're looking at your summary sheet, in the middle box, it'll say 2024 JEC changes. If it's all zeros in there, that means that we didn't change anything from the chief executive's recommendation. It's a nice shorthand for you when you're looking at these sheets.
Further discussion or questions on section 4? Seeing none, we'll close section. Representative Locke, question on section 4, State Treasurer. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for clarification, at footnote 1, is that kind of consistently something that's always been there? It's not new, that's always been there?
Chairman Nicholas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The answer is it's unique to the Treasurer's Office because they have performance compensation employees. And the only other folks that have that is the retirement system. So they have the same type of provision because the retirement investment, their investment team has similar language.
Further discussion on section 4? Seeing none, we'll close section 4, State Treasurer, and we'll jump to section 6, Administration and Information. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. I would bring to you the body the budget for A&I. It's on page 12 of your budget, page 4 of the summary sheet. There's 24 footnotes in here. I'll just kind of hit the highlights, if you will. Number 1, it's also obviously A&I, the administration information, it works for the entire state, all of the state employees. So their IT requests are a bit larger than what you would normally see. So footnote number 1 is information hardware replacement and technology for $458,000. And it's distributed, and you can see how it's distributed out through the various different agencies. Then the number 2 is an internal change for the licensing board directors. And so it's just a change of funds. If you look at number 3, those are just cell phones, 3 cell phones. Number 4, the fee increases for the accounts receivable. That's the SARA billing program. Number 5, another ETS request for $7,000. Number 6, one-time information technology hardware again. Number 7, this is a $5 million request to shore up the risk pool. The risk pool, because we are self-insured for various components of state government. The current balance of that is around $23 million. So we wanted to increase that, the balance of the risk pool. Typically, our target area, since I've been in the legislature, so for the past 13 or so years, has been around $40 million in our risk pool. And so we didn't want to bring it all up all at once, but we're adding $5 million to that risk pool. Number 8 is $350,000 in footnote 2. This is the Capitol building to have this building open during summer months, on weekends, and it funds the operations while this is being open to the public. Number 9 is we allocate, so we're not paying any dollars, but we're allowing the expenditure of the internal service funds up to $12 million to replace vehicles in our vehicle fleets. They do add several FTEs. If you go to number 12, they're asking for a construction project manager. The reason they're doing that is because IT is responsible, or A&I is responsible for numerous buildings around the state, separate and different from the construction management division. And so, they tend to take care of and manage their own buildings, and so they would request a manager to perform those services. Then there's maintenance fees, that's the next one. In-state travel for human services, then more IT requests on number 18. If you go down to number 20, that's $2.5 million for voluntary benefits due to an increased enrollment. And so that's really our mandatory obligation that we have to cover. Another full-time equivalent for the trades management unit in the state library. We've been defunding and reducing the funds for the state library for probably the last decade. And they came in and said, look, we've stripped it down to the point where they can't manage it properly. They just need further assistance in the state library. And then finally, an FTE for the Federal Library Services Technology Act. So that's just the receipt for federal funds. So any questions, happy to answer on A and I.
Questions on section 6? Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious if we have an aggregate number for how much we're spending on IT. We see that in each of these line items. Is there an aggregate of how much in this budget is being spent towards IT replacement and enhancements and so forth?
Chairman Nicholas, if you know.
Thank you. I'll answer that as best as I can. In fact, the good Representative Henderson did a kind of a deep dive on that question because there are so many, because it is redundant throughout the agencies. And so I don't have that number at my fingertips, but it's well in excess of close to $200 million. I think it's in excess of 200 million, but Representative Henderson can give you a better markup of it, but it's remarkable.
Representative Henderson.
I'll get that information for you and I'll send it out.
All right. Vice Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question regarding footnote number 9, the funding for the motor pool vehicle replacements. How many cars are we talking? And then is there anything, any sort of policies within these departments that the purchases made will be gas powered?
Go ahead, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you for the question. I don't know the exact number, but we have, I think it's over 100 or 150 vehicles, or if not more. But we have certain rules so that you can, and you have to drive them roughly 120,000 miles before they can return them in and replace them, and they recycle them on a regular basis. But I'll have to get more information on the specific data on that.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you.
And there are no electric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on number 8, 350,000 to keep the Capitol open, Saturdays extended during the summer. Could you maybe flesh that out a little bit? Are we talking like a half day on a Saturday, 10, 12 hours? Is the summer just 3 months, et cetera? Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas, what
Thank
is
you.
the summer?
So we're still in the beginning of this process. The first time that the Capitol's been open on a regular basis was last summer. And I think we started around May 1st. And then we went through most of September. That was just on Saturdays. It was not open on Sundays. So we're taking the experience of the opening from this summer, from the prior summer. And I think that, I can't remember, it's going to be May 1st or June 1st, and through September. It's just 4 Saturdays. We're also looking at keeping it open between 9 to 5 during the summer, or 9 to 6, because there's lots of folks in Cheyenne, so that, and people get off work at 5 o'clock, they want to bring someone down here, then the door's already locked, so they can't really see it. But that's best that we got so far.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on bullet 7, footnote 7, just that 5 million going into that risk pool. Is that risk pool, I'm just more for my edification, is that risk pool kind of the pool we use when there's an incident out there that we need to pay? I know A&I does that. And you said it's typically around 40. Is that an issue where we're seeing more use of that, or just a little bit of information on that, please? Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The answer is yes. We are self-insured, so we are our insurance company. And so if someone is sued, then we cover those costs. There is an umbrella policy, but generally it's covering all those costs. The fact is that we were running low on money for 2021, 22, 23, so we just didn't fund it back up to the level that it had been in the past. And that's why.
Representative Allemand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On footnote 9, when those vehicles are purchased, are they put out for bid, or what does that look like?
Chairman Nicholas.
Yes, they are all go out to bid, and they welcome particularly any and all dealerships in the state of Wyoming to bid on.
Representative Trujillo.
Thank you. Quick question on the positions. Are any of these reclassifications that were done before coming to committee?
Chairman Nicholas. Or Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All position reclassifications were in agreement with what the chief executive had recommended. The committee didn't make any position reclassification changes, so those were brought forward from them. And as you look at the need for that, as we've had significant vacancies throughout the state, employees have had to take on more responsibilities, and due to other laws that are out there, it's required that when you're doing more responsibilities, you have to be paid to the level that your responsibilities are now indicating. And so in doing so, then you have to reclassify them within the state system. And so that was the need for that. And again, our chief executive brought all those forward, and the committee just agreed with those as being needed. To the question that was asked earlier about technology, and we could have addressed this in 77, but we'll do it now since it's fresh on everyone's mind. For the TRP, which is more the laptops, monitors, that kind of thing, technology replacement stuff, there's about 7 million throughout the entire enterprise, not this agency, the entire enterprise. And then all IT requests, which starts to get into systems, maintenance agreements on the IT systems, all of that shows up throughout the entire enterprise, again, not just 006 here, is about 143 million. So just to answer that question.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to footnote 9, I would like to have a little bit more clarification rather than just, we're not sure how many vehicles were purchased for $12 million. I know that the cost of vehicles is going up, but at an average of 50,000, and maybe I'm way off on that, but that would be 240 vehicles. And is this just strictly for the purchase of vehicles, or does this lump in any other cost of repairs or things like that? Thank you.
If you know that, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll get a finite number, but I would just point out that it's all different sizes of vehicles, everything from passenger cars to 1-ton vehicles, depending on the needs of the various agencies. And then remember, this is spread out over the next 2 years based on the number of vehicles that they estimate will reach the end of their life cycle. And so it's not a guarantee they'll spend every single dollar in this, but that's the estimate because they can predict forward based on mileage, what people are using and things of that nature. And then all of these are then paid back through the various agencies as there's a service charge for utilizing the state motor pool vehicles by various agencies. And so as our state employees travel around the state, they get in a state vehicle, they drive it around the state because that's cheaper than paying them the mileage rate to take their own vehicles. And so then that agency will pay back this agency 006 for that. And so that's why it's funds are IS, internal service funds. And so that's how that functions.
Further discussion on section 6? On section 6? No? Then hold on. Seeing no further discussion on section 6, we will close section 6A and I, and we'll have a brief privilege from Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go back to agency number 2. There's a question, I believe, from the good representative that lives down on the Green River concerning questions on revenue that come into the Secretary of State's office or that's generated through the Secretary of State's office. That's currently at about $53 million a year. That's been on a steady increase for about the last 8 years. This last year was a 22% increase.
Thank you. Moving on to section 7, Wyoming Military Department. Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to be on the section 007, the Military Department, and you can find that on page 13 and 14 of your budget bill, and also on page 5, sometimes called the summary sheet and sometimes called the status sheet. So Representative Sherwood just mentioned earlier about looking at the top of that table, and here's a perfect example that when you look up there, you'll see all zeros. So the JAC, we did not make any monetary changes up there, and you can see that on the table. So I'm going to go through a couple of the highlights of this particular agency. The first note is that the JAC adopted the governor's rec for $208,502 general fund to continue funding for a full-time position related to House Bill 59 last session. Going down to note 4, JAC adopted the governor's rec and added footnote number 1 to authorize the agency to add up to 9 positions if federal funds become available to fund 100% of the position cost. Now, this request is for the Air Guard side, where 7 of the possible 9 positions are filled, but they don't see any immediate need coming in the near future. On number 5, we have the same situation where we added footnote number 2, adding 13 positions, once again federally funded, 100%. And this request is again on the Army side, and to date, they filled 6 of the 13 positions. Note number 6, the JAC adopted the governor's rec of reducing the budget by $8,718,620 and a reduction of 51 full-time employee positions due to the termination of the Youth Challenge Cooperative Agreement on June 30th of 2023. Footnote 7, JAC adopted the governor's rec of $230,971 general fund, of which $4,100 general fund is one-time, and for 1 full-time position for the deputy director. I'd also like to mention note number 10, where JAC adopted the governor's recommendation once again for another $230,969 general fund for 1 position, plus $4,100 of one-time money for a cemetery director for the Oregon State Veterans Cemetery up in Evansville. And Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Questions on Section 7 Wyoming Military Department? Seeing none, we'll close Section 7 and open Section 8, Office of the Public Defender, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Agency 8. This is found on page 6 of your summary sheet and page 15 of your budget bill. The Office of the Public Defender fulfills the constitutional right to counsel for poor criminal defendants. They receive 15% of their operating revenue from our counties, with the remaining 85% coming from the general fund. This year, the agency had 3 exception requests. Priority number 1 for the agency is found in note number 2 of your summary sheet. It is to replace the agency's outdated case management system. Their priority number 2, found in note number 3 of your summary sheet, is for technology replacement. And then we as a body concurred with the chief executive on both of these requests. However, we denied the agency's priority number 3, which is found in note number 4 of your summary sheet. This is for $500,000 for capital case funding, but we agreed with the chief executive's recommendation to carry over any unused capital case funding from last year's budget. The carryover is found in note number 5 of your summary sheet. And then footnote number 1 on page 15 of the budget bill. This is note number 1 of your summary sheet, is carryover language from last year's budget bill to allow flexibility for the agency to use their standard budget for contract trial attorneys, contract legal support, or compensation of authorized full-time and part-time employee positions to address caseload, work requirements, and geographic distribution in the most effective and efficient manner as determined by the public defender. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Chairman Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask, in previous years, I was told that an entry-level public defender was compensated at a higher rate than an entry-level district attorney. And I'm wondering if that's still the case.
I don't know that.
Representative Sherwood. Chairman Nicholas.
So the answer to that is, I think that's incorrect. But I can tell you that the way the system is currently set up is the Attorney General's office and the public defenders are on the same pay scale, unless it's a part-time public defender. But there are, so I think the answer to that is no. And starting lawyers for the Attorney General's office certainly don't make as much as a district attorney does. The district attorney is established by us. There's only 2 district attorneys, so if that's what you're referring to. But it's predicated on the AG's pay scale.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for indulging a question from a newbie. I'm just trying to grasp item 3 here, and along with a number of other agencies are getting one-time IT hardware replacements. Could you give me an estimation of the expected lifespan of a computer system or some of that? Is it vary? Just how frequently does this kind of thing come up? Thank you.
Representative Sherwood.
Mr. Chair, based on best practices that have been adopted by Agency 77, the lifespan is around 4 years. And so things either start to wear down or we are facing cybersecurity. We're running out of warranty. Yes, and security issues.
Further discussion in the Office of the Public Defender, Section 8. Seeing none, we'll close Section 8 and open Section 9. Actually, there's no Section 9 this year. Section 10, the Department of Agriculture, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman, excuse me. For explanation of agency number 10, Department of Agriculture, you'll find that on page 7 of your summary sheet and pages 16 through 18 on your bill. And Mr. Chairman, JAC adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation of $151,501 general fund one time for technology replacement and hardware software programs within the agency, and you'll see that in summary note number 1. Moving on to the Consumer Protection Division within the agency number 10, Department of Agriculture, the JAC adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation of $200,000 general fund for an upgrade to the Consumer Health Services licensing and inspection system, summary note 2. JAC adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation of $39,347 general fund and $2,009 federal fund to convert one AWAC position to a full-time position. This is due to Sublette County dropping their MOU with the State Consumer Health Services Division, and the state will now be required to conduct retail food and aquatic facilities inspections within Sublette County. Summary note number 3. JAC adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation of $45,000 general fund one time to replace the laboratory balance. Summary note number 4. JAC adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation of $14,800 general fund to calibrate 2 metric weight sets. The calibration interval is 10 years and the calibrations are due in calendar year 2024. Additionally, these funds will be used to provide safety upgrades to the department's liquid propane gas prover trailers. JAC also adopted footnote number 1 stating this request is one time, and that will be seen in summary note number 5. JAC adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation of $14,755 general fund one time for inspection software upgrades. Summary note number 6, JAC adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation of $320,131 general fund one time and $13,250 general fund ongoing for equipment needs within the analytical lab. Summary note number 7, JAC adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation of $26,250 for upgrades to the Laboratory Information Management System, also known as LIMS. The last upgrade occurred over 10 years ago. Summary note number 8. Moving on to the Natural Resources Division within the Department of Agriculture, Agency 10, JAC added $300,000 for Ag in the Classroom programming, adding footnote number 2, and this will be seen in summary note number 9. Then within the State Fair, JAC adopted the Chief Executive recommendation of $110,000 general fund for contract services for maintenance at the State Fairgrounds, summary note number 10. Moving on to the Predator Management Division, JAC added $994,438 general fund and added footnote number 4, requiring that $150,000 of this appropriation be for wolf management, summary note number 11. JAC added $1.6 million general fund and $1 million special revenue, which is game and fish funds, for predator control. The game and fish funds are only available if the Game and Fish Commission approves this expenditure, and that will be seen in your budget in footnote number 4 or summary note number 12 on your summary sheet. JAC adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation of $1.5 million general fund to support predator management districts that participate in the Animal Damage Management Board program. This increased funding will bolster the state and local efforts to control predator populations while developing a more cohesive response to reduce livestock and wildlife losses to predators. And I would note that statewide livestock losses in Wyoming due to predators increased 40% between 2016 and 2022. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes the explanation of agency number 10, the Department of Agriculture. I'd happily take any questions.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a general question. I'm comparing the budget that's available to the public, HB 001, that's linked on WildLeg, to our detailed summary sheet. Where can the public see all the notes, the footnotes? How can the public see those?
Vice Chairman Larson is going to field that.
That really is a fair question and a good question. And I think it's important for the body to understand in our conversation today, what we're talking about are two documents, the final budget bill, and then we craft this summary sheet to help kind of give an abbreviated version of the budget bill. And so when we refer to these footnotes, they are changes that we made to the budget bill from what the agency in their specific, and this would have been Agency 10, in their budget, what they requested. And so if you go back to, and you go to the SharePoint and look at all the agency budgets, and if you go to agency number 10, and you could go through there and you could find the exception request, because that's really what we're dealing with on these notes and footnotes. And you could go through those agency exception requests and find out why they made the request, the justification for the request. Then you could look and see what the governor recommended for that specific request. So when we come in and say we adopted GovRegs, so in that budget bill, that agency budget bill, down there at the bottom, when the governor says, I recommend approval of this exception request, and we say we adopted GovReg for that, that's what that relates to. When we do sometimes say we denied GovReg, or we give an indication that we done different than that, and then we'll talk about a footnote. That's why a footnote is created, because generally it's an action where JAC differed from what the governor recommended in that agency's specific budget. So when we refer to a footnote, that's captured within the context of this budget bill that we have. And I apologize that this maybe makes your head spin around in circles, and if I'm not making it very clear, I would just, to know the details of the specific budget, you can get those within the agency's specific budget from SharePoint. And then happy to try and walk you through any of those. A few of you, I spent some time with a few of you trying to help you understand that, but I hope that made more sense.
Perhaps I answered your question, Representative. This is an internal work product of the legislature. It's not for public view. It says so in the disclaimer on the top of your summary sheet. And that's why historically it is not a public document that we put out in the public domain. Certainly can talk to LSO about why that is, and budget fiscal, to answer the question. And also Chairman Nicholas.
Well, what's interesting, to follow up on that, until about 12 years ago, no one got the summary sheet except the chairman of the appropriations. And so everyone else is working in the dark on the bigger pages. But In fact, it was in Chairman Harshman's era when he decided to make sure everyone had a copy of it and have it in front of them. So it makes it a lot easier to follow what we're doing.
Representative Walters, additional, or you're waiting for the next section? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The final follow-up to that is if you want to see every individual agency's budget, you can go to the State Budget Department's website, which is sbd.gov, and it pops right up, and then it comes up to where each one is separated out, and you can go through their individual budgets. And I think the good chairman just explained the different, and so then, or you can go to our website if you're talking about the budget bill itself, and it comes up as HB 001. And that is where the footnotes are found. All footnotes are in the budget bill. That's that thick bill that if you got the hard copy on your desk on Monday morning, all of the footnotes are in there. Again, the footnotes are different than the summary notes. The summary notes are on the big legal page, and that is just a summary of the action in the budget bill. It's an unofficial LSO document to make it easier for us as members to track, but because it's an unofficial document, it will not be posted. LSO only posts official legislative documents, and that is why HB 001 is the official budget bill, and that is what's posted to the website. All footnotes are in that budget bill, and that's what so just have to keep in mind the differences between footnotes and summary notes. So the footnotes are all online in HB 001, as that is the official budget document for the legislature.
Question on section 10, Representative Conrad.
Yes, thank you. Just a clarification, sbd.yo.gov. I found it, so it's great information.
All right, any other questions on section 10 of the budget bill? Seeing none, we will close section 10, Department of Ag, and open section 11, Department of Revenue. Representative Henderson, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 11. Please refer to page 8 on your summary sheet and page 19 of your bill. Mr. Chairman, Jack adopted the following governor's recommendations. $60,000 general fund one time to reconstruct existing office space. These follow, by the way, write down your list of notes on your page in the summary sheet. A technical correction to add one full-time equivalent in position in FTE to administrative services. $62,172 general fund transferred from the administrative liquor unit to the administration division. $70,629 general fund for one FTE position transferred from the mineral tax division to the administration division, and one FTE position transferred from the administration division to the mineral tax division. This was an update to make it more efficient and get the accounting right. $25,995 general fund one time for a new postage meter. $11,492 general fund one time for information technology hardware replacements and software. $15,000 of general fund for existing maintenance agreements, $80,126 in general funds for credit card processing, and the JAC added footnote 1, page 19 of your bill, to make the appropriation one time. $178,894 of general fund and one FTE position for a streamlined sales tax accounts field representative. JEC, the next one here is $70,629 and which includes $51,135 general fund and $19,494 for one FTE transferred from the mineral tax division to the administrative division, and one FTE position transferred from the administrative division to the mineral tax division. That's another update to get the accounting right. $17,355 general fund one time for IT hardware replacements. $60,000 general fund for the computer-assisted mass appraisal system, the CAMA system. It's very important to our Department of Revenue and our state. That's related to a maintenance agreement. $627,040 general fund one time to move to a cloud-based CAMA software solution. $211,507 enterprise funds and one FTE position transferred from the Department of Enterprise Technology Services to the Department of Revenue and transferred internally by the Department of Revenue from the Administration Liquor Unit to the Mineral Tax Division. $12,727 enterprise fund, one time for IT hardware replacements. $72,200 enterprise fund for one time for new security cameras. Take a breath here. $35,000 enterprise fund, one time for IT hardware replacements. $1,011,811 enterprise funds for existing maintenance contracts. $151,900 of enterprise fund, one time for credit card processing, and adding footnote 2 by JAC, page 19 of your bill, to make the appropriation one time. This is for transitioning to a new vendor. JAC adopted Governor's Letter number 1 of $20 million one time for the property tax refund program. In the Liquor Sales and Purchases Division, JAC adopted Governor's recommendation for $275 million enterprise funds, standard budget, including a recommendation of $42 million enterprise funds to accommodate and separate transfer of profits to the general fund from the liquor sales and purchases account. The only purpose for this is that it provides a means to transfer profits from the enterprise fund to the general fund. As you know, our state has a liquor division which buys all of the liquor. That's what the $275 million is for. And there has to be a mechanism in our state to transfer those dollars that are paid back that are above that, right? So that's how this is done. This is this transaction. Are there any questions?
Mr. Minority Floor Leader.
Chairman Zwanitzer, sir, thank you. So my only question is on footnote number 13 on the summary sheet, the cloud-based CAMA system. Is this something that many states are moving towards? I guess help me understand the purpose of moving to the cloud-based system versus using the system that we already have. Is it too strict or going out of support? What's happening here? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're going to see in a number of the agencies where they're just trying to upgrade and have more capacity and moving stuff to the cloud system, and a lot of that's one-time funds. A lot of it's an exception request for additional capacity within the cloud. And so it's in this agency, and you're going to see it in other agencies as well, as the need may be. One of the big ones is you're going to see the EPIC system in Department of Family Services, where they really upgraded, and now they have all of that off the antiquated, here I am trying to tell you this language, right? But I think that you understand that they're trying to upgrade and get in, who was it the other day said, get in, the guy from the southwestern part of the state said, get in the 21st century.
Further discussion on Section 11, Department of Revenue. Seeing none, we will close Section 11, Department of Revenue, and go to we're going to jump down to, just ladies and gentlemen, so you know, we normally do all of the smaller agencies as a block tomorrow. So for the time.
Mr. Chairman, Section 14.
14 Miners Hospital Board, Section 14, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the next, I bring Section 14, Miners Hospital Board, for an explanation of Section 14. Please refer to page 9 on your summary sheet and page 20 of your bill. Mr. Chairman, JAC approved Governor's recommendation of $13,943 T2. What that means is, on the front of the budget bill, there's a list of those abbreviations and what they mean. T2 means Miners Hospital Land Permanent Income Fund, and this was for a new hire and salary adjustments. JAC also adopted Governor's recommendation of $9,785,227 other funds, total appropriation for the board. That concludes Section 14. Are there any questions?
Questions on Section 14? Seeing none, we'll close Section 14 and open Section
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
15, Attorney General. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Section 15, Attorney General, it's a great agency to talk about. That's our chief law enforcement officer of the state. There are two big divisions in this. The law office version has a lot of lawyers in it, as you might imagine, and then the criminal investigations division as well. If you look on the table toward the top half of the page, you can see that the Joint Appropriations Committee has made very few changes in the dollars. We've actually made a net reduction of $230,529 net. We're recommending less than what our chief executive recommended. Total spend for the agency, about $113 million. I'll skip slightly out of order. If you go to the very bottom of this page, line 19, that's where most of the savings here come from. The governor had wanted to add $440,000 to the Safe to Tell program. We thought that the original $200,000 would be sufficient. The Safe to Tell program is an obligation of this agency to establish a call center, a 24/7 call center for schools and school safety issues, where someone can call, and by statute, they are supposed to remain anonymous. This call center, it used to be the case that the patrol of our highways personnel, their dispatch system was used in the past, but the agency was informed that that would be no longer available due to capacity constraints of that agency. And as a result, they're looking for a new call center. And so $200,000 is what the agency requested. They got about 1,000 calls in a year. So that's, we thought $200 a call was enough. All right, so that's where we made savings. We cut out $440,000. Going back to the top to take this slightly more in order at this point, number one on the summary notes, we added in $43,000 of general fund for the lawyers to pay for their bar dues. It's pretty typical in a law firm for the law firm to pay the $500 a year for bar license fees. That's pretty standard for private practice. We thought we'd make that the same for the government lawyers as well. Summary note number 2, this relates to an additional attorney in the Casper office for workers' compensation. It makes sense to have a lawyer in Casper because that's where the workers' compensation processes a lot of its claims. The medical service providers are close there. What I think is interesting about this, you'll notice that the money comes from SRs, special revenue. It means it's not general fund. And frankly, it's coming out of the income thrown off by the workers' compensation trust fund. So it doesn't add any additional general funds. Line item 3, summary note 3, we've adopted the governor's recommendation to appropriate $350,000 S5 for defense of school finance litigation. Again, the state, it got sued. You may recall 2 years ago, school districts came to us and said, we have so much money, we need you to double our reserves. We doubled their reserves and they said, thank you. We now have litigation that resulted because they want more money. And so this money will go and so this is the state's versions of this pays for the state's portion of the lawyers. Please note that the school districts, they have their own lawyers. S5 stands for School Foundation Program. These are your education dollars going to lawyers. So if you see a group of education finance lawyers in their new cars, their bumper stickers say it's from the kids.
Representative Stiff, let's stay on topic, please. And
Summary
not
note
discuss
4.
pending
Summary note
litigation.
4. Okay, so summary number 4 is $88,000 for the Wyoming Crime Statistic Reporting Program. The upshot of this is that if we don't spend this $88,000, we'll lose a separate $500,000 grant. So the upshot is that it's a good value to do that. Line 5, about $10,000 for extra subscription costs. Summary note 6, this $144,000, this money will go to your county sheriffs because deputies become part of DCI task forces, and the amount paid to them by the state, paid to the sheriffs to let these deputies work on, say, a a narcotics investigation task force, for example. Right now, we're paying at the rate of $42,000 a year, but the sheriffs are actually paying their people an average of $65,000. So that creates a disconnect. And so right now, the county sheriffs are kind of subsidizing us, the state. So this levels it up to the $65,000 per task force member. Summary note 7, this relates to the water liquids chromatograph mass spectrometers. We have 2 of them. They're very expensive machines. Their warranty has just expired, and the service contracts to keep them in good working order, $48,000. Line item 8, this turns out that they have backup hardware storage for essentially all of the information that DCI has. It's on virtual servers, but it's also on essentially a backup hard drive. These hard drives have been in existence for some time. They are coming to their so-called end of life in June of 2026. And if we don't replace them, that's bad. We would potentially not have a backup. So that's $465,000. Line 9, $100,000 for the Wyoming Criminal History Information Repository. The summary note 10, this is about fingerprints. So in the last few years, we, the legislature, have required fingerprinting to be done on a whole class of professionals, psychologists and others. As a result, the number of fingerprints that they have to process every year has gone up from 25,000 in 2020 to 30,000 fingerprints they had to process just last year. That's created delays in processing. So as a reason, and at the same time that we told them they had to fingerprint more people, we also took away 2 of their people who actually do this job. So this essentially restores those positions. Line 11, the federal government has the National Crime Database, but now requires 2-factor authentication, so we have to upgrade for that. That's a $45,000 charge. Line 12, it's a similar expired warranty issue, and so then there's a service contract for a software program. The line 13s and 14 relate to the same thing. And this is one of the big priorities of our chief executive, which we also thought was a good idea, is to put more resources into law enforcement to address internet crimes against children. So you'll see $1.6 million goes towards that. And the note 13 adds 2 full-time positions that were previously approved through the B11 process. And if I might, the B11 process, that's kind of appropriations lingo. You probably all know what that is, but technically what it actually is it's Wyoming statute 9-2-1005 B Romanet 2 that allows the governor, the chief executive, I should say, to take, for example, federal funds or other special revenues that come in and gives the authority to our chief executive to allocate new funds that come in after we leave the session. So that so-called B11, that's B Romanet 2, so it's called B11. It's flexibility for the chief executive. What this does is brings those 2 positions fully into the budget. Lines 15, again, another database issue. The line 14, so for the peace officer standards and training support services, it used to be that they would give a lot of tests and they would charge $35 a test. They're doing fewer tests, so the testing that they administer now only generates about $1,300 a year, but the cost of the program is far in excess of that. So this allocates $49,000 general fund and $49,000 special revenue to support the peace officer standards and training support services. Line summary note 17. What this does, this is the Division of Victim Services Administrator. So right now we're paying out about $2.5 million to victims. And when you get convicted or plead guilty of certain crimes, you have to pay into the Crime Victims Fund. It turns out the revenue into that fund was $2 million this last year, but they're spending $2.5 million. So they've got a shortfall for that. And one way to address that is to take the administrator, and instead of having the administrator of victim services paid for out of the victims fund, pay it out of general fund instead. Line 18, again, it's adopting the governor's letter. It's a repeat of that. That's to address internet crimes against children. And line 19, we already talked about, which is our big reduction. So that is agency 15. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to circle back to the Safe to Tell program, and your description seemed a little arbitrary. You know, they asked for this much, we decided they didn't need that much. And I'm wondering if that's based on what has been the price of it in the past? Was there a change from the department that takes care of our highways running the program to a separate contractor? I guess I don't understand the big reduction, and or maybe it was a big ask for an increase. I guess I would like to circle back around to that. Thank you.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My explanation of that was not very good. You're right. So in the past, we've not had to pay at all because we already had a dispatch center run by the people who patrol our highways, right? The agency itself requested $200,000 because they think they can that they can contract out for a call center for $200,000. So the agency believes that they can, but separate and apart from the agency request, the chief executive's office itself added in $440,000, and there wasn't really an explanation to us of why you would need that. So if it turns out, and it's possible, I suppose, that they might come back and say, oh gosh, it really is going to be slightly more, then I think that would be something to address perhaps a year from now. But it wasn't the agency asking for the $440,000 extra. So we didn't regard it as a cut to remove that.
Madam Minority Whip, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if you could tell me how many FTEs we have within the commission itself. I know we have the director of the Post Commission, sorry. I'd like to know how many FTEs we have there, and then additionally, somewhat separately, my understanding is that our county sheriffs and police departments are paying for some of the costs incurred at the academy, so they're paying for things like meals and lodging, and I'm wondering if you could kind of give a brief overview of what that looks like in terms of how much our counties and cities are taking the burden of paying for posts compared to state funds.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the question. I do not presently have the answer to either of those questions. I'm looking for the post-commission FTEs. I may have found it. So the number of FTEs it is in Unit 601 of this agency, Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, total authorized employees, 2. With respect to if money's flowing from counties to support that, I don't have the answer to that. I don't know.
Representative Tarver.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just have a quick question on summary note 10. So we're talking about IT improvements. We hired 2 additional people to take fingerprints, and I'm just curious, have we moved into the digital age yet, or are we still doing roller prints? Because if I go to the sheriff's department in Gillette, I have to do roller prints, and then to go to get my hazmat, I have to drive down to Casper. Takes about, 1 to 2 seconds to put my hand in there and process. I'm gone. So just kind of curious where we're at with that.
Representative Stith, if you know.
Mr. Chairman, that's a Great question. I do not have the answer as to what actual physical devices they're using, whether it's the old style or the new ones. The information I do have is that their processing time since 2020, which used to be 5 to 7 days, it's now increased to 15 to 20 days. And the volume there that they are of fingerprints has gone up from 25,000 to 30,000. But that's a fair question. Like, could you do it faster with fewer people? The request was to add 2. Thank you.
Further discussion or questions on Section 15, Attorney General? Seeing none, we'll close Section 15, Attorney General, and move on to Section 20, the Department of Environmental Quality. Representative Larson, Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and if I may, I'd like to have privilege of the floor.
Sure.
So, members of the House, when we go through these agency hearings with each of the budgets, we know that we have to come back and report to you, and you're, as evidenced by the questions that you have had here today, or get into the minutia and the detail of what transpired. We look really close at increasing the number of employees, and when they do that, one of the things we always look is to make sure that they didn't, before they got to the budget, that they didn't increase a salary using vacancy money that they weren't authorized to use, and then carry that forward as a pay increase into the next biennium. And so when we see that, we really get testy and we ask a lot of questions. And with the compensation packages that came out, there was a lot of adjusting that went on, and we've seen a little bit of that. And Mr. Chairman, the reason I wanted the privileges of the floor is going back to Agency 14, the Miners Hospital. Wonderful Executive Director Angela Oakley, first time in front of this appropriation committee, that just a bunch of grumpy old guys and a very nice woman that's on that committee. Then they had one of those situations where a salary increase took place prematurely, not knowing that she had gone through all the right steps. I particularly grilled her really hard and frankly made an ass of myself. And I think this body needs to know that I made a mistake, and I need to apologize to Director Oakley for the way I approached that in that agency hearing. And it's unbecoming of a member of this body, and it was unbecoming of a member of a great committee. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that you'll, I'm embarrassed about that, and I hope that you'll, there's no excuses. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll leave it at that and take what comes. And if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go into Agency 20, the Department of Environmental Quality. Members, you're going to find the budget for the Department of Environmental Quality on page 11 and 12 of your summary sheet, and then you may want to follow along on page 22 of the budget bill. And I'm going to give you a little precursor, because we increase the number of full-time employees in this agency this year by 11, and with the bill that you're going to hear on Committee of the Whole maybe tomorrow or the next day, we could increase it yet by 1 more to take care of the new non-coal blasting requirements. During the interim, this agency came before the JAC and testified that the EPA has proposed 70 new clean air rules, all that have to be evaluated to see if the state needs to challenge the rule in court, and to consider what draft agency bills would need to be created, and how these new rules were going to be impacting industry and the requirements to help industry comply. In light of this, private industry, who are going to have to comply with the same standards, the state of Colorado's environmental agency, and the EPA's Region 8 Air Quality Division located in Denver had all been actively recruiting our Wyoming DEQ employees and had been somewhat successful because our compensation for this level of an engineer with the years of experience was significantly less than the neighboring states that provided in the private sector were paying. And in particular, the agency noted 2 of the 4 air quality engineers who specialize in modeling air emissions did leave. At the time of the committee hearing, the agency had 20 vacancies just in air quality. The other important point is in water quality, because Wyoming, this is great news. Wyoming was the 2nd state to receive primacy for Class 6 injection wells. The good representative from up in the county named after a great chief mentioned this yesterday on a mineral committee bill. And we were the only one in front of us was North Dakota. There are 4 states altogether that have this primacy. In visiting with other states, while attending other meetings, they're all very envious of our position and indicate that process now for them to get the same primacy will take years. The importance of this authority for us is the benefit it has to our industries who can now get their Class 6 injection permits. Each of these Class 6 wells requires 1 permit for the construction of the well, and which takes 8 to 10 months, and then a second permit after the well's completed, which modifies the first permit and authorizes the injection into the formation, and that takes another 8 to 10 months from the state. This process to you may seem long, but it's years shorter than the process would be if the EPA was doing it. When the authority was granted, the Water Quality Division allocated 2.5 of their existing full-time employees to administer the new Class 6 permits. This last year, they were able to get 3 permits for construction done. This year, they have 6 applications in-house now under review and are expecting 30 new permits in 2024 with this 2.5 full-time employees to take care of it. There isn't much of a bench to cover the anticipated needs, and the A-team can't handle the expanded volume. At the conclusion of those 2 talking about the air quality and water quality, at the conclusion of our interim meeting, JAC voted to support the agency and the governor's office in addressing the compensation problem that existed at the time and asked the agency to include the increases in this standard budget, which is reflected. The effect of that action is that the air quality vacancies have dropped from 20 to 10 currently. We also request that the agency adjust their standard budget through their exception request to right-size the agency to the workload. This budget will increase the FTEs in the agency by 11, as I mentioned. I noted that in the air quality that the state of Colorado is pursuing or had been requesting or trying to hire away our people. Colorado has 475 FTEs in their air quality division alone, and we have 20, and we're going to try and increase that by 6. So a huge difference in what the other states are doing and what we have. So by division, if you look at the top of your of page 11, the first division is administration, and the JAC adopted all of the governor's recommendations on this division, which in your summary sheet is reflected in notes 1, 2, 3, and 4, which realign positions within the division for better accountability for the agent's indirect cost alignment to capture federal dollars for administrative costs. So there's an indirect cost alignment between all agencies that goes to help cover the cost of running state government. And moving these around allowed us to capture more federal dollars that allow for administrative costs in doing that. The second division that we'll go to is air quality. The JAC adopted Governor's Rec Note 5 for the salary adjustments I mentioned earlier. And then we adopted the Governor's Recs in Notes 6 through 10, adding 5 positions, And then we denied the governor's rec in note 5 and added a 6th full-time employee in this division to meet the additional workloads I mentioned earlier. That addition in note 11 did not require a footnote. In the water quality division, JEC adopted the governor's recs in note 18 and added a full-time employee for the class 6 injection permitting. And then JEC added 2 additional full-time employees for class 6 in notes 16 and 17. And for these 2 positions, we added footnote 1, found on page 22 of your bill, making $80,000 of this appropriation effective immediately to cover the remainder of this fiscal year. There's just a need for them to get started now. In the land quality division, JEC adopted the governor's recs, all of the governor's recs, one of which was an additional full-time employee for this part of the state to cover the increased non-coal mineral development. And you can see that reference on your summary sheet in note 23. On the industrial siding division, this division only had one exception and is the last of the 11 new full-time employees identified in note 27 to assist with the significant increase in industrial siding permits. In the solid waste division, JEC adopted governor's rec in note 28 and accepted the governor's letter number 12. And we talked a little bit about this after the Good Minerals Committee talked about the cease and transfer and municipal solid waste funding, project funding. And the governor's letter number 12 created footnote 2 to provide an additional $10 million to the municipal solid waste cease and transfer program that is estimated to cover all remaining grant loan needs for this program. In the last of all, in the uranium recovery program and the abandoned mine reclamation program, we have note 30 in the uranium program and note 31 in the AML program, and both are administrative actions where the JEC adopted governor's rec. And I'm happy to take any questions if you have them.
Representative Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just got one quick question. All these new positions, are they basically just dealing with all the federal government's added bureaucracy that they're pushing our way, and it's just adding expense to our state to process more and more? I don't know what the proper word is, but thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Larson.
What I would suggest is that the federal actions are driving it, and we're responding to the impact that it will have. And the second part of that is the agency is responding to the request from industry that it is also saying, we're going to have to respond from that, and we need guidance and we need help. One of these new positions is to help, as you can understand, maybe smaller industries that doesn't have the staff that monitors well, might be NOx emissions for a small independent oil company, oil and gas company, or doing compression air monitoring, to help them know what to do to be in compliance with these new regulations and how to fill out the permits, trying to help walk them through that process.
Representative Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So follow up to that particular question, do you foresee in the future these added positions ever going away, or is this something that's just going to continue to grow as government regulations grow? Just kind of a thought.
Vice Chairman Larson.
So, Representative, I'll just give you an opinion just based on conversations I've had with the agency director and the presentations that they've made. And what we've heard over the last biennium and this year is just the enormous increased interest in the natural resources in Wyoming, down in the southwest southwest corner of the state in the Trona area. Huge expansion being planned there. The increased, we're seeing increased up in your part of the world with uranium prices being where they are increased there. We're seeing the new developments here in this part of the world on non-coal minerals. And so the good side of that is our resources, probably more than we've ever had in the history of the state, are being looked at with interest to develop in a broader manner than what we have traditionally seen on coal, oil, gas, trona, and then sand and gravel, right? We're seeing a broader, so that in itself will drive more responsibility on this agency to meet the needs of those new industries to be in compliance with federal regulations. But then the second part of that, as these new air quality standards come out, historically they've had a significant amount of time to prepare and to comply. This administration has cut that to a fraction, and so so it's forcing us to scramble. And if you don't comply, then you can become under the umbrella of the federal agency, which is what we want to avoid. And so I hope that, and the good chairman of Minerals who deals with this a lot might, in that committee, you folks might, maybe you've heard something different. Sorry.
Chairman Nicholas. Yeah, and just to further respond to that, an example would be during the coal bed methane boom, we added about 25 or 30 employees to manage all of the coal bed methane wells. And so by 2007, 2008, when that play basically played out, over the course of the next 4 years, we got rid of about 25 or 30 of those employees. And so I think the answer is yes. If the need is not there, then you don't need them all. But what we're afraid of now is that the delays that we cause by not having enough employees is just costing the state a lot of money and a lot of production and excess revenues. So we're doing it to make money and make money for the state. So we think it's the best that we can do under the circumstances.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to start off by saying I, again, used to work in this agency, and I can attest to the rigors that are put forward in the development of this particular budget. And I have the utmost respect for this director, watching exactly what the good chairman of appropriations just stated, watching how these budgets were put together and how positions were carefully thought through and whether or not they ever wanted to do this. But I actually do have one particular question about a position, and that's on the footnote on the summary sheet for, I believe it's number 7. I'm having a hard time making sure I'm staying straight, but for Title V permitting actions and reviewing those. So my number one question is to determine how many Title V permits have been issued. That's been a kind of an ongoing issue with that particular division and making sure that those permits were issued. And I do apologize, I was looking for some of that information inside of the budget request, but it's a big budget. And then secondarily, I was also looking for the budget shortfall on number 28. And it says the recommendation of 190,000 for to address a projected shortfall in hazardous waste fees. I'm just curious, I couldn't get all the way through that just to find out what that reduction in waste fees, those hazardous, was that federal, was that fees that we're charging? I'm just curious what that was for. Thank you.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's possible that the good representative from District 7 just answered my question, but I'd kind of like to lay it out there anyway. A couple of months ago, I went back over the budgets over the last 12 years, and I noted to my surprise that the DEQ in this budget was still 26 million less than it was in 2012. Is that an effect of that coal bed methane? And now we're seeing, because there's other interest, they're ramping back up. Am I getting that correctly?
Vice Chairman Larson.
So we know that the majority of costs in all agencies are the full-time employees, right? And you're seeing that our previous high, which reflects back to the coal bed methane days in this agency, was 271, and it dropped down. With the addition of these 12, it brings it up to 211, and I'm anticipating a 12th one would bring it to 274. So you can see the dip after the coal bed methane. And then to go to the good Chairman of Transportation on the increased fees in hazardous waste is, as I was looking over that again this morning, is just the increased cost for handling those materials to get transported and disposed of, and in those increases there, that there's a shortfall, as I'm saying it, and there's a shortfall in the amount of fees that are being generated through the disposal fees. So there's an increased cost and a decrease from the disposal of those. On the Class 5, there's some increase. If I may, Mr. Chairman, it would say the proposed air quality rules and associated SIPs will require additional Title 5 permitting actions, adding a burden to the process now.
Vice Chairman Knapp.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is for the Vice Chair. So we seem to be spending an awful lot of money for employees on compliance. Is there any position that correlates to the previous agency with regard to overreach on those 70 new regulations that are coming down the pike from the federal government? Is there any correlation in the department for position that correlates to the previous agency?
Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and indeed there is, to the good representative from Coal Country. In fact, we, on the Good Neighbor Authority, the ozone regulation that we had, that the AG had I can't remember how many exist. I forget, I've been told, but I can't remember the number of lawsuits that we're currently in, and we've been successful in a number of the actions, and we have been successful largely because of the agency doing the modeling and the work that they're doing. There's one note in here in air quality, if I can find it, but where they do some contract modeling to determine the impacts of forest fires and other natural events that we have no control over, and how that affects the ozone, so that we're not being held accountable as something that industry is producing when it's probably coming from California or Washington. And because they had that data, we've been successful with the work that the agency is doing in providing that information for the Attorney General's office to be successful in a number of these pushing back on the federal government on these rules. They've been, well, I could go on. Yes.
Further discussion on Section 20, Department of Environmental Quality. Seeing none, we will close Section 20 DEQ, and we'll go to Section 21, Department of Audit. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I bring Section 21, Department of Audit, for an explanation. Please refer to page 12 of your summary sheet, page 23 of your bill. Mr. Chairman, JEC adopted governor's recommendations for the following. These again follow right down the list on the summary page, on page 12 of your summary sheet. $4,628 one time and $700 one time for IT hardware replacements. $11,570 SR, special revenue, for one time, and $3,350 for special revenue one time for IT hardware replacements. $433,325 of general funds for the annual statewide audit contract. $4,966 general funds, one time for IT software licenses. $4,628 general fund one time, and $3,175 general fund one time for IT hardware replacements. $4,209 general fund for subscription-based audit software increases. $10,000 general fund for a National Association of State Auditors, Comptrollers, and Treasurers three-year peer review, and JAC added footnote 1, page 23 of your bill to make the appropriation one time. $95,771 one time, and $2,475 general fund one time for IT hardware replacements. $8,099 general fund one time, and $2,475 general fund one time for IT hardware replacements. And finally, $2,339 general fund for subscription-based audit software increases. Are there any questions?
Questions on the Department of Audit? Seeing none, Agency 21. We'll close the Department of Audit and move on to the Public Service Commission, Section 23. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of Section 23, the Public Service Commission, please to refer to page 13 on your summary sheet and page 24 on your bill. And Mr. Chairman, the Public Service Commission consists of the PSC and the Office of the Consumer Advocate. The role of the PSC is to protect the public interest in its interactions with public utilities providing service in Wyoming. The role requires balancing the interest of the Wyoming utility consumers with the financial interests of the utilities. And the Office of the Consumer Advocate is an independent division within the PSC whose statutory mission is to represent the interests of Wyoming citizens and all classes of utility customers in matters involving public utilities. The PSC is a self-funded agency receiving revenue through an assessment on gross intrastate retail revenues of all entities subject to assessment pursuant to Statute 37-2107. And Mr. Chairman, the Joint Appropriations Committee adopted all of the Chief Executive's recommendations and made no changes to this agency. And so with that, I would take any questions if there are any.
Questions on the Public Service Commission, Section 23. Seeing none, we'll close Section 23 and move on to Moving on to Section 24, State Parks and Cultural Resources. Please welcome Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you guys need to get up and stretch, it will not offend me if you need to stand and take a breath so that you can be more active listeners. I move Section 24. This is for State Parks and Cultural Resources, page 14 of your summary sheet and page 24 of your budget bill. This agency supports Wyoming's outdoor recreation industry and provides experiences for heritage travelers, which results in $651 million in annual economic impact. I'm going to group these for you so we go faster. Notes number 1, 7, 9, 11, 13, and 19 on your summary sheet reflect JAC's adoption of the recommendation for technology hardware replacements. Notes number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on your summary sheet are a continuation of previous footnotes in past budget bills for longstanding educational programs like Annals of Wyoming, We the People, and the Centennial Farm and Ranch Program, which have not been part of the standard budget but have always appeared as footnotes. Note number 8 on your summary sheet, JAC approved a full-time capital curator position. This was recommended by our chief executive and the capital exhibits subcommittee using $2,024 from the Office of Tourism. So this is not general funds. This position will maintain our beautiful Capitol gallery, our permanent and rotating exhibits in the building which celebrate and interpret the history of the People's House. Note number 10 in your summary sheet provides additional spending authority in special revenue from investment income earned off the corpus of the Cultural Trust Fund, and these are used as grants out into our communities. Note number 12 of your summary sheet, we adopted the recommendation to provide the department with an additional $600 in spending authority to utilize an increase in federal funds coming from the National Arts Organization. These federal funds are matched with general funds dollars and then again regranted into our communities. All right, so notes 14, 15, and 16 on your summary sheet provides state archives with one-time general funds for scanners, digitization services, and software licenses. This is to support general funded agencies who are required to maintain documents and provide public access to them. Note number 16 provides a software upgrade so the public can easily search for these documents that have been scanned into the digital repository. This one-time investment will ensure public record requests are completed in a timely manner, something I think we can all agree is important. Note number 17 is something we're going to come back to and clean up, so stay tuned. Number 18 on your summary sheet, we adopted the chief executive's recommendation to utilize special revenue from the SNOW and ORV gas tax registrations and federal funds through the Federal Recreation Trails Program to purchase $2.2 million in new equipment for Wyoming Trails programs. This equipment is used to maintain trails for recreational use and land management tasks. Finally, note number 20 on your summary sheet, we adopted the chief executive's recommendation for one-time funds from the sale of the bucking horse camping permits to replace heavy equipment for state parks maintenance. And if you want to look into that list of equipment and you want to geek out about the details, it is on page 98 of the agency's budget book. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will pause for questions.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is on item 17, line note 17. It seems to me, and I could be wrong, that the budget is for general expenditures operating the government, and special significant things that come up, there needs to be a separate bill for that. We had a separate bill for the location mentioned in line 17 or note 17. Can you explain to me how this is not legislating in the budget?
Go ahead, Representative Sherwood.
Mr. Chairman, as I said, we are going to come back and clean up this footnote based on what happened with the bill earlier in the session.
Further questions? Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and forgive my ignorance on this topic, but why is it that We the People is located in state parks and cultural resources?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a great question. I had to actually go and ask this for myself. It sounds like this program has been around in Wyoming for about a decade or more, around nationally since the 70s. And it struggled to find a home at first because it is such a collaborative venture. It is a partnership with our staff here in the building, LSO, with our school districts, with our higher education agency. And so being that it is a collaboration, State Parks acts as a pass-through for these funds to help get our school children engaged in the civics program and here in the Capitol for their competition. So thank you for that question.
Further questions on section 24, State Parks and Cultural Resources, Vice Chairman Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a question here about is if this was adding an additional employee and money into the budget directed to an agency to do additional work is perhaps legislating within the budget. And if you recall in the previous presentation I made in Agency 20, Department of Environmental Quality, we've done that on several occasions. That's what the budget process is doing. You visit with the agencies. We don't always agree with what the governor does. We appropriate the money. We appropriate or authorize the employees and the direction in what they do. So I would just suggest or submit to you that, no, that's well within what we do in the budgeting process.
Further discussion on section 24? Seeing none, we're going to close section 24, State Parks and Cultural Resources. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Committee of the Whole begs leave to rise and sit again until 10 a.m. Friday, the 16th day of February, 2024.
Did you go beg, leave, and rise? Yep. Beg, leave, and rise?
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. That motion carries.
But if you'd have done it before lunch, you'd have said this.
That's what it is.
In accordance with Joint Rule 14-1, further committee of the whole action will be continued until the next legislative day, which is tomorrow, and that was given by our good majority floor leader. We can't do anything else other than go to dinner with county commissioners. So we would take, I am going to accept committee reports, and then we'll have a motion to adjourn for the day. Committee announcements. Committee announcements. Any committee announcements? Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder, your committee number 1 will meet at 7 a.m. Tomorrow. We'll be taking up House Bill 46, House Bill 29, House Bill 58, House Bill 90, and if time permits, House Bill 36 and House Bill 77.
Chairman Northrop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4, Education, will be meeting Friday on noon recess in room 3 downstairs. We're going to do 2 bills, House Bill 54, Wyoming Reads, and House Bill 92, Protection of Parental Rights. Thank you.
Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in Annex Room 5 to consider House Bill 141, House Bill 35, and House Joint Resolution 3.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 3, we usually meet Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I've told the members of the committee we were going to meet tonight on adjournment. We are not going to meet tonight. I know our county commissioners, we've got to meet with them, most of us. So, Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3 will continue the meeting tomorrow, Friday, February 16th at 7:30 a.m. And now we're going to, since the House side, the east side where the sun always comes up, is taken tomorrow in the morning, Mr. Speaker, we're going to meet on the Senate side, and we're going to meet in that Capitol Extension West room number 2, West room number 2. And we're going to, we've heard these bills, and we're going to finish them up. House Bill 3, property tax exemption for long-term homeowners. House Bill 4, property tax refund program. House Bill 45, property tax exemption residential structures. House Bill 127, property tax exemption specified real property. And then we're gonna work in and hear this House Bill 134, property tax deferral program, which we passed out of this body last year. And then as time permits, we're gonna get into property tax holiday and that 133 and House Bill 52, property tax homestead exemption, which are similar bills. And then that'll probably take our morning. And then this meeting will be continued on the east side of the west side of the Capitol Extension at noon, but we'll move to a different room. It'll be West number 6. And Mr. Speaker, we'll finish up the bills you assigned to us, the exception of that sales tax cleanup, but it'll be House Bill 103, property tax assessment ratio for residential property, and House Bill 203. I'm thinking that those will not be heard until around noon, but if we roll in the morning pretty fast, we'll just keep moving. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you're not going to listen to property tax tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you can come to Labor, Health, and Social Services. We're going to hear House Bill 24, Certificate of Need Repeal, House Bill 25, Medicaid Third-Party Payer Conditions, and House Bill 44, Parental Rights and Minor Child's Health Care.
Chairman Olson.
Thank you. Your House Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee will meet tomorrow upon noon recess to hear two bills. House Bill 79, Secretary of State Expedited Filings, and the House Bill 81, Public Officer Training Amendments, and that's in E005.
All right, anything else? All right, we'll stand adjourned until tomorrow morning, February 16th at 10 a.m.